No, but listen to, did you hear the press conference of Seleke Kromah, the IG? He did say that this is a highly political case, did he not? So you don't take the partisans' word for it, you take the IG's word for it.
We elect on 85 irresponsible men, what happened to our country. We elect on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.
Please place your left hand on the Bible being held by your wife, and you will kindly raise your right hand, sir, and repeat after me. All standing, please. I, Joseph Newman Boyka Sr.
No secret now that your friend and former boss will be a candidate in 2029. With all of that you experience, all of that you know, and everything that you see unfolding in the country now, will you support him? Will you be part of the process? Will you give him the support? Do you think he can be a better president?
So why you want to bring political Benin in it now?
Oh, but you political you're political man, my man. Before you go out, very active.
I plead the fifth again.
Okay. When 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There wounded out first. All men on board.
So, this riot situation when it comes to countries, because many times you notice that
if Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
On the broadcast administration, we want to give the government of Liberia an ultimatum of 72 hours to provide a living ballot of the chairman of the Student Unification Party, or else there will be a catastrophic pneumonia in the Republic of Liberia. To arrest the chairman of the Student Unification Party, only because the government feel intimidated about the Vanguard Party advocacies.
The government got capital road, small, B road, all kinds of. I think the reason Joseph Boyka will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. If they love their country, let them come home. Do not form a government out of the country. When Ellen Johnson Sirleaf became president of the Republic of Liberia, she sent out a bull. That's an old term for announcement. Say, let us come home, bring home our best and brightest. President Weah came in, he repeated the same slogan, come home and contribute your quota to national development. That's what he said. When President Joseph Newman Boyka became president, he says, diaspora Liberian, come on home. In fact, he did something called the Year of the Return. That was to entice and invite all Liberians, professional Liberians, those who love themselves, whatever it is that you do, come home. For the private sector, government, you name it, come home, let's form partnerships. You heard the former President Charles Taylor saying the same thing to some degree. Anything done for Liberia and by Liberians outside of the Republic, as far as he is concerned, is non-constitutional. Whatever your expertise or your degrees, your contribution outside of the Liberian government, outside of the Republic, means absolutely nothing to Liberia and the Liberian people, because that is individualism. It is based on your individual achievement. And if you can transcend what you have achieved, what you have acquired abroad successfully into Liberia, then you are a success story. Other than that, you are selfish. You have done well for yourself and your family, and that's it. There is no way that you should be walking around with degrees from the University of Florida, the University of New York, University of Minnesota. You have done well as a nurse practitioner, as a registered nurse, as an LPN, and then you get to Liberia and you flip-flop. You cannot be a financial expert at the African Development Bank, so-called African Development Bank, or the World Bank, or the IMF, where you are scrutinized by professionals and then return home and you have become a complete failure. You have not been successful in any way, any means. You have done well for you, yourself, and your children in a controlled environment. When you have been given the task and the responsibility to transfer your technology, you come home, and when you get to RIA, just as you have a failed and dilapidated building there called the airport, your memory in your CPU get erased when you get to that airport. And when you get to Liberia and you get into government, nothing you learn abroad means anything. The only thing you learn is to be sophisticated at what you do to evade best practice. You were in the West. You live by the rules. You go to work on time. You leave on time. You do your report. And some of you even win awards for best practice, hardworking, innovative. But when you get to the Republic of Liberia, you become the same old animals you left there with. You were a crook when you left. You came to the United States or the West, you got your profession, you became not a better person, but actually a better crook. Now you can transfer money without trace. You can deliberately take the people's money and come out with these sophisticated jargon as we are not going to pay our employees on time because we are updating our system. Where in the world do you hear that? My employees over here don't care whether my system is updated or not. When Friday comes around, every other Friday comes around, at 12 noon, their check should be ready. Because that's what our policy says. So what do? I instruct my bookkeeping department, my payroll department, that checks are here on midnight, latest Thursday, to be handed out Friday morning, no later than 12 noon. So you run the nation, people go to work for 30 days. Some run out of money and they credit. They live on loan. When it's time for them to be paid for their hard-earned labor, the big shots tells the little guy, you will not get your pay will be delayed. And in some instances, they even come and say, we are going to pay according to departments. That says a lot about the system that we are running. When they run out of money, when you are operating at 50%, when you are expected to deliver 100%, then you come up with schemes like we will pay Ministry of Finance first, then we'll pay the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, then we'll pay this ministry, then before we go down to health and education and stuff of that nature, because you are running a deficit. You overspend. So here we are in the Republic of Liberia. We have been singing this song and been dancing to this drum beat, and nothing has changed. And if I was a betting man, and if I were to call Kehleboe Gongloe, a statistician, and I say, what is my odd? He will tell me that my chances of being president of the Republic of Liberia is better than running this country perfectly or even semi-perfectly. So we got 5.5 million people in Liberia. Your chances are 1 in 5.5 million. And you multiply that by 203 years from the time this republic came into being, 1822 to 2022, were 200 years. This is 2025. That 200 years from 2022, you add another 3 years. 203 years. So the odd for doing the right thing in Liberia is against you, because the system is rigged. Like the American man says, if the foundation is crooked, the elevation will be crooked. Liberia is the only country that I know of where we have a Senate whose responsibility is to confirm. And then those who are supposed to confirm also sit on the vetting committee where they recommend their own. So they become the judge, the juror, and the executioner. They go out and find their relatives and friends and recommend them to the president, then sit and vet them, then turn around and come and confirm that as though we are stupid. We have men and women in Liberia who come to the United States and get triple degrees. They get a degree in everything without 1 day of corresponding leadership experience. And they go to Liberia and don't want to be assistant, don't want to be deputy. Some of them want to be at the very tippy top because they got a PhD. Then you got those who say, I have done well privately on my own. I cannot serve anywhere else. The only place I can serve in the Republic of Liberia is being president of Liberia, not representative, not senator, nothing else, not even vice president, but only the presidency. Then you got those who apply for a job where the jobs only calls for a bachelor's degree, but they come in and they bring in all these other degrees that have no relevance to what they are trying to do. In these United States, if you have a bachelor's degree and 5 years experience in your field, proving you can work almost anywhere because it tells us that you have either succeeded or failed at something that we can look at based on your 5 years experience. I knew a fellow from Myean State University who has a degree in finance. Never worked in finance in this country. He worked successfully in managing security firm, and he was a senior management staff for 27 years in Detroit. He went to Liberia. He took his degree from Myean University in finance. He never worked a day in finance. But he wanted to be deputy minister of finance because he has a degree in finance, even though he has never worked. In this country, if you have your degree and your first year on the job, you will be considered, we call that entry level, your first year on the job. So if you have a degree in finance, have never worked in that field, you go to Liberia. Because of your connection, they appoint you. So you are misplaced. Same conversation is going on now in Liberia, where you have a degree and expertise in social work. And then you want to twist yourself into knots and say, yes, social work is very similar to urban planning because I'm going to be helping people. We are not stupid here. There's a lot going on in our country. Let's begin with me. They say home. Well, we say in Liberia, charity begins at home. In the CMC, our chair of USA and Canada, Ms. Grace Garguah, resigned her position abruptly. And the CMC responded in kind, accepted her resignation in a communication that had been widely spread and discussed. I want to thank Honorable Musa Ability for reaching out to me early this morning because, as usual, and as it should be done, I am Vice President for Administration, so he contacted me immediately. Call for a meeting. And Mr. Musa Ability, you have shown your leadership. You have shown that you are a man of honor because I am next in line for that position, and he offered it to me. And I told Mr. Musa Ability, I appreciate what you have done. You are a man of honor, but being the critic, one of the harshest critics of Ms. Grace Garguah and her leadership, it would behoove me to decline for you to appoint someone else, and I made a recommendation. I did not want it to sound like Grace Garguah and I was on lockerhead because I wanted her job. That's not true. Never was, never will be. So I nominated Ms. Dee Shack, a capable young woman who is intelligent, people person, has a very high degree of leadership. I think she will do very well, and I will support her as her VP for administration. And we will discuss the CMC, the leadership, and the growing pains of a newly formed organization. Something we discussed last week, we have to give it a serious thought, because Liberia's economic system is in reverse. We brushed on it last week briefly. Former Speaker Kofa urges creation of a national social security safety net to fund and support vulnerable citizens in the Republic of Liberia. We touched on it briefly, but it's very important because this has become into full focus in the United States, where we have something called a shutdown. The government is in a shutdown, and people are panicking because their safety nets have been taken away. And in the Republic of Liberia, we have always had a need for a safety net. So Fonati Kofa came up with this. He says, the former Speaker Jonathan Fonati Kofa has called for the establishment of a $25 million social safety net fund dedicated to helping vulnerable Liberians meet urgent human needs, specifically school fees, rent, and basic commodity to keep themselves alive. And he said that is the responsibility of the state to its bottom citizens, those who dwell at the bottom. In his letter expected to be submitted before plenary today, that was last Thursday, the Grand Crew District number 2 lawmaker maintained that the initiative is in the interest of the struggling citizens across Liberia who are in crisis. He stated that many families have become migratory, moving from place to place. When the month ends and the landlord calls for his rent or her rent, they have a term in Liberia called Myean, Myean, when the Myean people are just moving with their mattresses because they cannot afford to pay the rent. They would rather move. The country is in economic crisis. According to this former speaker, the head of many households no longer go home after work, but linger about until midnight because the landlord is sitting outside their door waiting for his or her rent. As the head of a household, if you cannot support your family, it's the most humiliating thing you will ever feel or encounter. The landlord is harassing your children, your wife. And you as a father is afraid to even go home before you be humiliated in front of your children. So what you do, you stay out all night. Liberia is in crisis. Those of you who are in government and outside of government, we have to support this particular bill to help those who are at the very, very bottom of the totem pole in Liberia. Just imagine your father cannot come home because he's afraid he will be embarrassed in front of his children. That Pewee is an investor. He has a home and I'm renting from him. And I know Pewee is waiting for me. Today is the 5th of the month and I still have not paid the rent. So as a father, in front of my children, I will be belittled and beg another human being, please give me a few more days, let me go hustle. In front of your wife and your children. You as the head of your household. This is the system. Let me welcome Honorable Pewee. Pewee, welcome to the argument here.
I'm good, Mr. Gayman. You look 35.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you look 35. I hope you swallowed some fufu and soup. Yeah, but you look energetic on a serious note. And let me say to you, a wonderful good evening, and thank you for playing the lead role as our lead moderator and always getting the show moving. But yeah, honestly, a lot of things unfolding in the country, and I think a lot of things unfolding in the country. We listened to some of the major development unfolding about the way Costa described the opposition, describe, but I know we're going to get into that.
We'll get into that.
Describe Cummings that he can even get in election and win vote more than Cummings. But unfortunately, when I checked the record, he contested. He disrespected. They beat him at market door. They beat him at market door. Then
we got a record. We got the numbers here. You can't argue.
Small disrespect. You couldn't get voted. You want to say Cummings, you can get voted. Cummings. You know, sometimes again, it's better for sometimes people if you are losing off the relevant in the political space of the country. Sometimes it's good to be quiet than coming up exposing other things. But we're going to get more into that and see him hitting hard the people in the government. They should dismiss. If you want to get close to Joseph Boakai, you try to attack his inner circle.
The justice minister of all people.
Yeah, where are you headed? You're attacking the inner circle of the presidency. You think they will sit idle and relax, fold their arm and clap with their feet? Absolutely no. We'll do everything to get at you, and so you have to be a little mindful and other thing. And you know, it's just. But a lot of things unfolding, and I predicted on this show some couple of months ago that we will have seen that there was this thing in the cycle that the vice president, from where I got my information from, the vice president was pushing seriously to get the internal affairs minister, the mines minister out. I said that there was a plan for the president to remove him, and I'm hearing information that he's out, and there's a new minister, the former representative Martinity Ting, that has been appointed also. But a lot more we have today to get into, and I think, and the resignation, I'm told the CMC, they must talk about CMC USA chair resigned, and in the midst of, I don't know, but we just saw a release from the CMC and I don't think, but what I saw in the release, I think the party really proved to be a responsible political party in terms of the way they responded to the resignation. Because if you read the resignation letter, it's contrary to what, if I was the one part of this, what the resignation letter is saying that the leadership they don't mean business. Mm-hmm. They are not being focused on their basic agenda and other things. But I think we're going to read the letter here and go through. But I thought the CMC did a very good job by the way the structure of the release announcing the resignation. But the letter itself is saying that the party doesn't have vision. They cannot align. Her vision cannot align with the party. It's difficult to understand if you just joined a party recently. When did you realize your vision could not align with a party that you are just boastfully and technically talking about just quite recently? And you came. So I think the letter was good that the party didn't respond in kind, and the party proved to be very responsible and moving forward. That will even encourage people to rethink going back to the party. So there's a real room for opportunity to have more discussion moving forward and other things. But yes, there's going to be a lot of things discussed tonight, Jerome. Thank you for inviting me to the show tonight.
Great. Anthony Gay, if you want to come on, we'll bring you on. But yes, before we go into the news of the day and events, let's talk a little bit about the need for a safety net. Those of us that grew up poor, I guess maybe, you are one of those, like some of us who came up through the system through lifting yourself by your own bootstraps. You may have experienced somebody coming to collect debt from you or your parents or someone with whom you live, and they didn't have that money or couldn't afford to pay the debt, and they have to basically beg, humiliate themselves, belittle themselves for forgiveness or extra time. I said this because for those of us who have experienced this, it's traumatizing. So when Honorable Kofa is saying we should sacrifice and take a chunk of our money and do benefit transfer to the least among us, I think this is something that you and I and everybody else should rally around and say, it's about time Liberia came up with some kind of safety net, because the rate we are going is unattainable. You are muted.
Absolutely, Mr. Gayman. That's a very powerful, and we all came out the hard way in the borough. None of us. I was never, and I never pretended, and I will never do moving forward. We came out the hard way in the country. I was raised by a single parent for most part of it. Eventually, my dad did also play a significant role moving forward afterward. But my mother at the time was involved into this all the time trading thing, basically in Ganta and part of Bonjama in this peanut and Kindu business. So go buy those things by John and other things, and she saw at the Raritan market, and she raised about 6 children at the time, sending us to private school. Imagine I went to Catholic, most of us went to Catholic school, coming up. So yes, we came up the other way around in terms of where our mother would have to go on a daily wriggle to ensure that we have food on the table, and there was school fees to be paid. There was money to send us to hospital or clinic, if you will, and there was money sometimes periodically. It was not every day, like here in the US, you always take your kids for shopping, but there was the time. Maybe now there was this Christmas, July 26th, and New Year, right? But and sometimes what we will have when school is about to open, then they take you, get you some dog flare.
That's right.
And other things so you can play that. We call it the yard clothes.
Mm-hmm.
Then I came out the yard clothes, right? So we came out that way, other thing, and we prepare for school years, and they have to get new feet and all those things. But the most paramount thing is that the time our parents will want to seek is that to have a food on the table every day, that your kids, they should eat and eat very well. And then they should sleep somewhere comfortable. And whenever, God forbid, they are not okay, there should be something to go. At least we fit into that at the time. So, but a lot of thousands of other families, there are hundreds of thousands of them, if I will. There are mothers that are still going through the same thing. Back in the country I was there, the same thing my mother went through. And she stayed into this. She's having her small shop, stay doing other things. But that is the way that the country has been going through, right? So the safety net thing is important. And the safety net thing is a game, and I believe and I agree, but there will just have to be a way the law is structured, because we have more than 70 to 80% of the citizenry that are not really employed. So how do we determine this person is qualified for this safety net? How do we determine the level of difficulties or the level of destitution this family or certain individual is faced with to qualify them in the category of that safety net? So there will have to be a policy structure put in place. Those prescriptions that were put in place and describe what condition one would have to be in to be qualified to meet this and moving forward. But the general idea that the Honorable Lawmaker is trying to proffer is one that is good, and is good for a country like Liberia, because bulk of our folks are living on just from hand to this mouth, but the poor. They have people that, and again, it's true, people that when they're even sick, they don't go to hospital because they don't have money to go to hospital. They have families. And there are some families you see, there are certain communities you go, so family living in areas, mat structure, zinc round structure, basically nothing. So, there have to be a way the law can be structured so that folks will benefit from that. $25 million, I'm told, if that law is passed, it's a very good idea on a serious note. And that that can be placed. I don't know which institution will manage it. I don't know, that law will have a commission that will call the National Safety Net Commission. It will be like something that will manage that in terms of people will apply. But the country is notoriously corrupt. So, Mr. Gayman, the difficult thing there is now, those that will be managing that, would they not be selling this thing or giving it to their own relative that even are well to do? Then those that are supposed to be the intended target would also again not have it, despite of the law we put into place. So it will have to be rigorously studied and then procedurally implemented and scrupulously also managed so that we move in said direction that would be okay by the country. But we cannot time to time sit outside of things. I think I do support that, and we have other family that will actually need that. That's can even go to pay certain kids' tuition, if you will. If we cannot, at this level, the country should move now to bring about free primary education. But how do you come up with free primary education when bulk of the school system we have in the country are private schools? So it's difficult. So are we going to reach a stage in the country to say from first grade to grade 6, the government would pay all of the tuition? We have to fund out because most of the private schools now are very expensive. So I don't know how we're going to do it. Or the government start building more primary schools, set the level at very good bar. Then you start pushing children. Parents will take their children to the public school are very better, very up to date. So that's no reason, so if you're going to do that, then it can help. But yeah, it's a very great idea. And I thought we ought to rally around here for that.
Yeah, and one of the good places to start would be, and this is going to put money into the pockets of farmers, is for us, the Liberian government, to begin the school feeding program in every school. So when we were young, when Joseph Boakai was, when President Boakai was, I think, director of LPMC, where they had hub in every district where the farmers would bring their crops and they would buy it and they would store it and then they would ship it like coffee, cocoa, whatever. That same model can be used where farmers will bring your food, we'll buy it from you, make sure it doesn't rot. Then we take that and like we do here, they distribute them to the different schools for the school feeding program. You are killing two birds with one stone. You are buying the poor people's their crops, you buy them, and then you also transform it into feeding their children in the different schools. So you are doing two things. You are putting money into the hands of the poor, and then you are also serving their children from stopping them from going to school hungry and dying from hunger. So you can kill two birds with one stone there while you help the family, because school nutrition in this country, I heard, is $8 billion monthly. Monthly in the United States is about $8 billion monthly. So if we could put that $25 million part of it in buying food from the small growers, you in Benjamin, you in Bass, or wherever you are, we have hubs. You got your plantain, your cassava, bring it here, we'll buy it from you. Whatever it is, we negotiate for, we'll buy it from you. Then we'll take that food and send it to your local school where they will feed the kids so the kids don't go to school hungry and all that. So you are killing three birds with one stone. You're putting money into the hands of the small farmers. You are setting up their nutritional needs and you're serving the school. So the economy, that $25 million could turn out to be $75 million. Let me welcome Johnny. Johnny, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Mr. Gayman, and thank you, Pewee. Thank the both of you for always being there to keep the program running and going. Very good for Liberian people. Let me also appreciate our viewers and listeners. I was driving and listening to the show on the Truth FM. It was very loud and clear. So I imagine how many people are listening to us who do not have the means to get internet on their phone to view us through Facebook. So let me appreciate them, let me congratulate them, let me honor them for listening to this show. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me welcome Mr. Seleke Kromah. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, Mr. Gayman. How you doing?
I'm doing very well. Thank you very much, young man. How's Kigali?
The new progressive.
What's up, my brother?
What's up? Mr. Johnny, how you doing? Yeah, Kigali is great, and we are doing great here. All good. We just had the NIMA Student Association.
Yes, I saw the installation. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and surprisingly, Mr. Gayman, the vice president, he should have been here, but he sent a representation. And that representation he sent here is a guy now that we are seeing on the executive mansion page that already replacing Wilmot P. The former lawmaker for Nimba. I want Tembe. I don't know if guess one a country name for Nimba there.
Maternity Tingbe.
Exactly.
Maternity Tingba.
Thank you. Yeah. So he represented the vice president here, and he picked up the scene there right after the program and saying going back home.
But if I president told him already, I'm moving the other man from there, putting it there.
Yeah. So today we see the man.
Johnny laughing. The message my picking go do my representation. We get it ready to ever say, but Sonny also get go when you will.
All good. Yeah. We're doing great. Yeah. Looking forward.
Great. We're going to come to the politics because Seleke, you are from Nimba. Nimba is getting stirred up because Pewee is a permanent son of Nimba. Brilliant young man. He may have robbed the vice president the wrong way, and this is how.
But Pewee just bad lucky. I know wow.
Yeah, he's a brilliant guy.
He's very smart. And he been former chairman of this party. He paid due. He went to Kasser Park, the late Heron that Kasser, they removed from there. They removed from Unity Party again. Now they're not Kenya again, Kona Party again, removing again. Hey man. And the guy is actually smart.
He knows his stuff. Man, but people, like we said, the Liberian politics, what just happened with Dr.
Yeah, but I've been following, they were months ago. They plan to get rid of him since the whole thing started around July.
Yes, I've been hearing it, but like we said, look what happened to Dr. Myean, right? It doesn't matter whether you qualify, you are good at what you do. It is, if the system doesn't like you, you can go up, but before we go to the politics, I wanted Johnny to take it because if I were in Liberia, if I were Honorable Fonati Kofa and I were talking about safety net to help the folks, one of the folks I would talk to would be Johnny. You will be heading that commission as to how, when, and where we should start this. The Kofa is saying poverty is so rampant in a country that at least we should take $25 million to begin a safety net program. We should establish a safety net, and he said we should start with paying people tuition and helping buy food. Johnny, you are closer to the folks. What do you think of this before we go into our politics? This is people's thing now. This is what affects the people directly.
Mr. Gayman, this is a very good idea. When I heard about it, I was like thinking, I said, I want to inspire some of the people that we're putting together for that Monima with regards to creating safety net, but looking at the direction of the National Social Security and Welfare and the corporation's core mandate. It has 3 mandates. The third mandate is what he's talking about in that direction. But it will be good to create safety net in the economy if we have the interest of our national leaders in the people. When they are doing the budget allocation, what is the budget for? If they really understand and know the intent and purpose of a national budget, by this time, we don't have the kind of discussion coming off from former Speaker Nagbe. Or not Nagbe or whom. But it's a very good idea again. Yeah, I'm a Kofa. It's a very good idea. Very, very good idea. But how would they implement this when they have so many competing priorities to address? Don't get me wrong, the idea is good. Like I heard you saying something which is very much in the title from what I've been saying. We can introduce school feeding program, and we can pump that money into agriculture, like you were saying. Like for me personally, in my home in Lofa, there are a few towns that are working before, and the conditions we're seeing. And so How long? How much did it take? In the whole year, I gave one time like $75, $100 women group to get involved with, agriculture program like growing peanuts, 3 month production, 3 months peanuts, 3 months beans, 3 months for other vegetables. And just today, I wanted to the Commission Johnny sent 2021. We got this thing going. We've been able to do a lot for ourselves. Our children are in school. And we're turning this around. We are multiplying. I bought them like 100 kilo of peanut seeds. And they planted that into the place. And now they say they themselves now are giving out peanut seeds to other farmers in other towns to help women to grow up. So I think it's a good idea. We can invest such money into a transparent and accountable form and manner, not just invest it in theory, and then particularly you don't see the result. You understand? Now, certain then also do with population or distribution. We have population that we don't normally care for as a national government. That population is the retirement population of 70 and above. 70 and above. And I want to tell people, the population that are working in the country, there are people who are not working for government before, but they have played a role in society, in their communities that has helped government in terms of security, peace, and stability and everything else.
Taxes.
And people are not, taxes and everything. Even the land today, we're giving our people to go do logging and things. These people have been there, they have protected the land. And look, Mr. Gayman, one important thing. I want to think one day, are we thinking to know why people in Guinea were colonized by French, British colonized Sierra Leone, Cote d'Ivoire by French? Why this piece of land remain until we have the free slaves coming? Let's think. They said that, for me, I will give honor to our forefathers. They did something here that kept this land from being influenced or taken over by the French and the British in this region. In the whole South West African region, we are the only one that, whether the French or the British people, they not do anything well until the free slaves came. So we should always learn to appreciate our forefathers, our elderly people. And people are called the elderly statesmen. So what program do we have for medication, for feeding, or for other welfare, where they stay? I mean, I feel so sad when I go in some part of the country, I see some old men sitting there living in some kind of wretched house. I mean, not even a house, it's some kind of wretched structure. All people that I believe, these are people that were working for Liberia in the 60s or even in the 50s. When government gave instruction and said, we want this done, the people say, oh yeah, the government say, hey, they don't wait for pay, they go and work. When they say roads start brushing, we say, this is happening, the government want this done. They were the one that were there working voluntarily and committed to the state. Because they did not go to school, they did not play other active state role, today they are around as old people in the community. So part of what Kofa is saying, it should even extend to the age population from the age of 70 or 75 and above to have some benefit from the government, either free medication or something else that would make them feel that, yes, the country I worked for many years, do my youthfulness, my country recognized my labor, my time, my effort I apply to make also have what we have today as Liberia. So, but frankly, again, how are we committed to ensure that such idea is implemented to the fullest so that the beneficiaries can surely benefit and impact them?
Yeah, but Honorable Nebi, we have here, we have a proven successful model where Joseph Boakai was, before he became president, when he was director of LPRC, the LPMC. Mm-hmm. Our parents, once a month, they would carry their cocoa, their coffee, whatever they had, and they would take it to LPMC. LPMC would buy it for them, get them small money, and they would take that money, go to Buchanan, buy the salt, the kerosene, and everything, and go back in the interior. And it worked. That model is still there. Why would they abandon such a thing when we help the average person from the interior?
But Mr. Gayman, that's why since 2005, for 2006, I've been wondering. Then there were President Salif and Boakai as vice president. Those two people were part of governance in the 70s and 80s. They saw those things that were happening during the regime of President Torgbean, that they know were doing well, were pushing the ball forward. Why didn't they introduce those things back in 2006, 7, 8, up the current? We still don't have that. Now they have come and organized what they call LACRA, Liberia Agriculture, some other group they got now, replacing LPMC. You understand? We are hoping and praying that our group will also work effectively through the support of the government and other international partners to ensure that our people that got farmland should benefit. Look, it's rather an irony, Mr. Gayman, to be a land owner and be a poor person. to own land, or to have a land that you inherited from your ancestor, you dead family, and you are a poor person. Because land is part of the capital you need for business. So you already got a capital of land. So why are we, I mean, I went to one conference and we were discussing about land matter, and somebody told me, my brother, in my country, if you own for yourself, if you own like 100 acres of land or acres of land, you are a wealthy person. So I said, but then how can like people got more than 100, 200 acres of land in this country? They are not wealthy. What's happening? How are we governing our land? How are we doing our land management and land administration in the country that we own land, we are still poor, we don't have source of income?
It's Honorable Pewee. Let's go to some of the headlines. We are talking about a miner killed in bombing landslide at Mambo Camp 2. We're just talking about Mr. Pay, and here we are. It said a 37-year-old miner, Soko Smith, was killed Monday when a section of an open pit mine collapsed in Mambo Camp 2. Witnesses said the incident occurred during a regular mining activity at the site, where dozens of residents had gathered in search of gold. Without warning, the earth beneath Mr. Smith's feet gave way, burying him under a mass rubble of soil, dirt, and rocks. We heard a loud rumbling and saw the ground give in. One miner recalled, everyone rushed to help digging with our hand, but it was too late. Despite frantic rescue effort by fellow miners and community dwellers, Smith was pronounced dead at the scene. His body was later recovered and laid to rest near the site where he worked daily to support his family. Known to many simply as SOK, Smith was admired by his friend. He was friendly. He has a sense of humility and strong work ethics. Residents describe him as a dependable man who rarely missed a day's work and was always willing to lead and lend a hand to those who needed it. He was a man of peace, someone everyone respected, said one neighbor. He worked very hard, smiled often, and never complained, no matter how tough things got. Local authorities have launched an investigation into the cause of the landslide. Officials from Ministry of Land, Mines, and Energy and the Bomi County Administration have expected to visit the site to assess safety conditions and determine whether unregulated excavation contributed to the collapse. Primary reports suggest that years of uncontrolled digging have left the area soil dangerously unstable. Several nearby pits, according to local miners, have been abandoned without refilling or reinforcement, creating deep cavity prone to collapse after every heavy rain. The place used to be full of trees and farms, a community elder lamented. Now it looks like a battlefield, just holes and mud everywhere. Environmental experts have repeatedly warned that without regulation or rehabilitation, artisan mining in the region will continue to endanger both lives and livelihood. This tragedy was avoidable, said a mining safety advocate contacted by the Liberian investigator. The land has been weakened by years of uncontrolled excavation. If nothing changes, this won't be the last we hear of this. The incident has renewed debate over the risk faced by Liberian thousands of artisan miners, most of whom operate informally under harsh conditions. With few employment opportunities, many see small-scale mining as their only means of survival despite the danger. People know the risk, but poverty leaves them no choice, said a local youth leader. We are trying to feed our family, so you dig, even if the ground may fall on you. This It's a sad story. Other bombing. The right advocates split on Liberia government decision to take Salvadorian immigrant who has become symbol of Trump's aggressive deportation agenda. That's on the front page of Front Page Africa. It says split opinion. Summary. Civil society leaders said President Waka's decision to voluntarily accept Salvadorian immigrant Kamara Amado Abrigo Garcia, a symbol of Trump's hardline deportation agenda, has violated the man's right and were made on a threat of retaliation. Liberia's acceptance of Garcia came after other African countries refused to take him. The decision followed Foreign Minister Sarah Basil Nyenati's meeting with Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Liberian human rights activists have mixed feeling in reaction to the government's announcement Friday that it had agreed to accept Mr. Garcia, an immigrant to America who has become a face of Trump's administration's aggressive policy to deport millions of people in the United States illegally. Garcia shot global attention in March when the administration sent him to the notorious detention center in El Salvador, despite the 2019 U.S. court order that had ruled that he could not be returned there because of a credible threat or persecution. He was eventually returned to the U.S., and the government subsequently arrested him on new charges. He has not been found guilty of any crime. The Trump administration has sent pressure governments around the world to take third country nationals despite them having no association with the country in the push that many human rights activists condemn. I think it is a moral failure, said John Stewart, a human rights activist and commissioner on the country's Truth and Reconciliation Commission. America preaches democracy and human rights. I think that's a violation of the man's right, no matter how we are trying to polish this. Stewart said Liberia had little choice. Saying no to the United States Secretary of State could have adverse implications for Liberian government, given all we have seen from the Trump administration. This comes at a time when Liberia is seeking a loan from the International Monetary Fund qualification for new Millennium Challenge Compact. Whether such consideration will factor into discussion is unclear. However, it cannot be dismissed by a wave of hand. But others defended the government's move. Kanyo Bala, an assistant professor of law at the Arthur Grant School of Law at the University of Liberia, called the decision consistent with the country's humanitarian values. He says, Liberia's decision to reflect our proud tradition as a refuge for those in need and align with the international humanitarian laws and norms. Bala said in a WhatsApp message, he rejected the suggestion the government felt pressure. There is no credible evidence to suggest that the Liberian government was pressured into accepting Garcia. The relationship between Liberia and the United States has always been anchored on mutual respect and partnership. No coercion, he says. Garcia traveled to the United States in 2011 when he was a teenager to join the U.S. citizen brother. Both claim to be fleeing gang violence in El Salvador. Of course, I found no evidence of Trump administration's claim that he was a member of the Latin American gang or transported undocumented immigrants to the United States for money in 2022. In April, though, U.S. immigration officers admitted to an administrative error in deporting him to El Salvador. A federal judge ordered his release in June after the U.S. Supreme Court had directed the Trump administration to facilitate his return to the United States. He was subsequently arrested on new charges. Garcia has repeatedly proclaimed his innocence. Garcia is married to an American citizen and has 3 children with profound health challenges. Opponents of the Trump administration's effort to deport millions of migrants in the country illegally say government is singling Garcia out in an effort to intimidate other immigrants in the country illegally into self-deportation. This is what's happening when it comes to Garcia and the Republic of Liberia. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have our hands full. Another great news here is Guinea is silent as Liberia grants rail access to its oil to be shipped despite Guinea's $18 billion railway nearly completed. If completed, why should Liberia has its own railway when Guinea is completing its own railway and saying that all exports from Guinea should go through their airway and their train tracks? Also, casket maker accused St. Moses Funeral Home of monopoly in practices management denies allegation. Casket people will fighting over their body. Yeah, you are. So the guys who's selling their casket can't sell because the big corporations are selling at discount. U.S. congressman warned against abortion pill in Liberia. Liberia does not need abortion. Liberia needs better health care. That's Chris. Drug hunt gone wrong. LDEA search found no narcotic in a business crisis. The search of business embarrassed the employees and found no drugs. Liberia Water and Sewer Corporation breaks ground for first ever pipe-borne water project in Kehleboe. Man 27 commits suicide in Maryland County. We had to look at that later on. Grand Crew Development Officer dismisses allegation over school construction fraud. 43 students graduated from Fofana Vocational Institute in Grand Crew County. Government intensifies security deployment along Liberian-Ivorian border as it relates to possible election violence. Agreement for 500 acres of cocoa farmland in Grand Jita. Is this a land deal or a scam? The body of a 14-year-old girl found in the river in Nagbe, second child still missing. Senator Pewee donates ambulance to Yala Clinic in Bon County. These are the headlines making the news in Liberia. Then we will come to the politics. We are talking about our homeboy, Mr. Costa. Let me welcome the chief himself, Chief George number 1. How you doing that, sir?
Well, it's good to be back on the closing argument after a long weekend. Good to see all our friends. Good to see you, Seleke. Good to see Johnny, Peabody, and Mr. Gayman, and all our viewers from around the world. A lot to talk about today. It's true. As we're coming on the show, the news break up. The president made some appointments in his government today, affecting the minister of lands and mines, and so forth. The president, meanwhile, his advance team has left the country for Paris, France. He leaves the country tomorrow for France. He'll be going to France tomorrow. And also, I want to congratulate the ANC. ANC Diaspora had the convention the weekend in Georgia, and Dr. Emmanuel George was elected president. But I mean, I hope the team they had a very good election, I was told, and those who conceded decided to work together with the incoming team. That's a good attitude. It's a good thing. But the ANC, I'm only advice for them now is to have people on all the platforms, send people to all the platforms, have people that can speak your language, to talk, to make your case. Your newly elected chairman, he can't be your panelist now. You tell him. He can't be panelist. He got be going as guest now. And he can't as a panelist, then forget it. And he be bringing your whole diaspora into there. He can't be guest. He can find somebody good, sending him on spoon to be representing ANC there, but he became a panelist there now. Then that team as a panelist now. So he elevated himself. He's the national chairman of the diaspora of the ANC. He highly respected. So he can't be your chairman, he can't be your global chairman, he can't be guest, a panelist on talk show now. So I tell him, let him go up. He only appeared there as a guest. So you find somebody who maybe can send Seleke there. somebody who can talk, somebody who get fired to go on spoon and represent him there. But he can't be panelist there. But he's a big man now. We see him as a big man. But he remains as a panelist, and with that, I mean, platform when I'm calling it, but the man a panelist will bring another panelist on the other platform for so the thing ain't go up now. He's big man. But with that said, I want to congratulate the ANC on a serious note. I had a lot of friends there I never knew that called me from there. A lady from Rhode Island. I know she said, I know you were part of the ANC. She called me from there. I said, wow. She said, this is the next president. I said, wow. I said, that's good, you know. But it's good. Everybody trying to build a party now, which is good. And Anthony Gay, I must congratulate you because your defeat was very close. I never thought you would have the defeat would have been the election was close. 66 to 69. That's something that you should be proud of yourself. That you a close election, very close election, and it was good. I mean, I think you tested the water. That's good though. But
yeah,
again, also
man, I lost by 9 votes.
Why you not talking about the CMC?
No, guys, listen.
I'm still talking.
Why you doing this?
I'm still talking.
So the resident of the CMC, you gotta highlight that.
Man, I'll tell you everywhere. I mean, make it my 2 minutes. You want to my 2 minutes, but yeah, but this the ANC, I congratulate them. For the successful convention in Georgia, they came up with a strong code of officers, and I know that can lead the ANC to greater things. And make no mistake, don't want to lose ANC. Don't let nobody think that ANC is they are defeated themselves. I think they are coming in strong. Hopefully. I'm sure they have good plans for the next couple of months and years to come. Talking about the CMC, I predicted that what happened. I predicted it. As most of my friends tell you, I told them, I said before December, things were going to unravel. And I shared with Gayman, I shared about it, I told them because I saw it coming. It was not strange to me. You know, I wasn't strange to me that what would have happened. But again, the ANC, I mean, the CMC was. I love the response they gave. Who wrote that response was very smart. They did a very measured response to the resignation of the USA chair, and today I saw people sharing me all the videos saying singing the CMC song, all the songs been going around the thing. But again, as I always told you guys, I come to an end. I told you guys that politics before 2029, a lot going to happen. Whoever knew that Costa would have been on stand on 101 after all little Costa, but you saw him there yesterday, and whoever knew that Costa and Jerome would have been talking today, who knows about that? The politics, a lot will happen before 2029. Who knew that Jokomi would appear on stand on 101 too? Who knew that? After all happened on our platform, who knew that? But our politics, okay, a lot will happen before 2029. Who knew that in October the CMC chair would have resigned and completely, and the political launch. I knew
that.
And who knew that? A lot gonna happen. But
I knew that. I knew resignation of eminent.
Yeah. So who knew that today you would have who knew that today we see Costa having talking and calling for resignation, the firing of key Boga officials who are these are people that Boga sees every day. When he get in the morning, they put him meet. He get in the morning, there's his close cabinet, the people around him, the legal advisor, his special advisor, all of them. Right? And then he calling for the removal. You know, who knows what will happen? But our politics, a lot going to happen though. In fact, as I said to you, yeah, more big news coming from the government in the next 24 hours, 48 hours. Big news will come out. More changes going to take place. Right now, people are on an investigation for certain things on officials that really they may not survive. They will get fired or actually resign. So a lot going to happen. We just watch the play. The closing argument remains the platform where we remain neutral. Our panelists, some of them have political affiliation. We respect that, but we complete our neutrality. Right now, we belong to no side. We just in the middle. We watch everybody. We criticize when necessary. We praise when necessary. So right now, man, so that's it, though. I just want to say, let me stop. My 2 minute over. Thank you.
Yeah, the time over.
You see, Johnny talked for 10 minutes. He put the clock on. The whole while he was here, he put the clock. You see how that thing work? Honorable Peabody. Welcome to the show. Johnny was here, no clock. He talked for 20 minutes straight. But so,
yeah, but only two hours there. Two of you and myself. Yeah, nobody.
Johnny, you've been talking long now. Yes, small.
Yeah, we got it. But let me welcome the chief. Peabody, welcome to the show.
How you doing, sir? How are you? Good to see everybody. Happy Monday. Good to see everybody on this Monday. Good to be back on the Closing Argument, guys. And it's a lot of stories.
Please mute your phone when somebody's talking. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it's a lot of story that's going on. We're
so much to
lot.
Talk about.
News. Wilmer Pay. I'm shocked that Wilmer Pay was removed because he's one of those who really have been the bone of that party. Former chairman of the party. I think once he was Secretary General as well. You know, and he's worked. You know, I don't know. This guy is just not lucky. He's a very smart guy. I don't know, but he's just not lucky. Everywhere he goes, I would like to know why they fire him. Why the government, if President Barker is firing people, he needs to at least give a clue why these people were dismissed. You can just fire people. You know, you remove Dr. Dopoh Christian, but we don't know why he was removed and all of that, you know. So I think it's important. Let's know why the president is firing these people. Why was Wilmer Pay dismissed? You know, but it's a lot of things happening, you know, a lot of things happening in our country. And I'm looking forward to having a fruitful discussion here tonight on the activities in the country.
Peabody, let me just say, people help me with that article. Which article in the Constitution said the say the pleasure of the president? Which article?
Pewee.
Yeah, we're going to say
which article in the Constitution that say you serve at the will and pleasure of the president? Pewee.
Pewee is busy.
Pewee busy. Okay, let me welcome Anthony Gay, Mr. Gay. I mean, I can see the bruises on your face. Somebody beat you so bad, but it's all right. You all right? How you doing, that young man?
Look, man, I'm doing fantastic. I think I like this kind of beating, right? I'm reached away. You know, I got defeated by 9 votes. A genuine 9 votes. Let's say so. The circumstances here when I say, you know, I'm in a great spirit, you know, because I know the votes that I received over there were genuine votes. It was now vote that, you know, I got by sympathy. So I'm optimistic in the next 2 years we'll give you a try, right? We're gonna work hard and give you a try in the next 2 years. And you know, but what I can say here is that ANC is back. We are here to work. And anyone who thinks that they're going to use an opportunity to try to define us, like we saw on screen yesterday, we know some individuals cannot function in a well-functioning society. They function in a dysfunctional society, and so the likes of Cummings should not be given an opportunity because they want Liberian to be down. They want Liberian to continue to be beggars. When a man like Ellis Cummings who wants to give police officer, civil servant, healthcare worker a living wage, $300 to $400 US, and they will be paid bi-weekly. Instead of receiving 12 paychecks in the entire year, they will receive 26 paychecks. That will have an effect on 25 to 30,000 people. That is creating something we do not have today called the middle class. Liberia don't have a middle class. Either you poor or you rich. Today, Mr. Cummings want to change that history. You don't have to like Mr. Cummings, but think about every Liberian who works for government. You police officer, you teacher in the classroom. You deserve a better Liberia. A 300 USD or 400 USD where you will receive salary bi-weekly. Folks, so your 300 will be split into 150 every 2 weeks. And every 2 weeks you receive your pay on time. Your living condition will change. You are not thinking of buying a lot today. You will buy a lot. And you'll start mowing your blasphemous one, put your leg boom, then you'll start renting. That is the kind of opportunity that Mr. Cummings is going to give you. So folks understand that they want to start putting sand in your Gary because they received $30,000. They gave 0 report. The Liberian people did not see that report. If you want to be transparent, tell the Liberian people what you did with the $30,000 that you raised Aaron Costa for your court case. That's what we want to talk about today. I'm giving that information.
Your alarm just went off. There's no school. How do you call it? what do you call it? The button snooze. There's no snooze button here. You gotta.
No problem. No problem.
Mr. Pewee, Honorable Pewee, today is easy picking. You can talk about the CMC, you can talk about the ANC, you can talk about Costa, you can, I mean, today, we ain't got to worry. I mean, you can just, it's a buffet. So where do you want to begin?
I'm going to stick to some critical things quickly, if I will. First and foremost, I'll pay attention. I think the Lands, Mines, and Energy Minister debate, I wouldn't go deep because we talked about it some time ago that it was in the work that they were trying to get him out. And basically, the Vice President, the information I received, pushed. But again, he was very slow and didn't do a lot of things as the Minister of Lands, Mines, and Energy, where we thought he should have been effective in all those things. So we look forward to seeing a better energy minister moving on. But let me quickly pivot to this issue about what Mr. Cummings can do or what he cannot do. I listened to the description yesterday of Mr. Cummings, and I thought it was quite unfortunate. If someone in the chat room said today, they said the reason of he leaving is that when a girl is trying to seek her boyfriend or fiancé attention, then it will go and have another lover. No. They like to say, excuse me for this expression, when you have a harlot that just want to be around all the men,
yep,
that's the kind of a scenario. It's not that particular. A harlot just want to be around all the men. It's very unfortunate for those kind of things. I think Mr. Cummings, to say that Mr. Cummings, you can get vote more than Mr. Cummings, and you massively fail District 6, wherein they beat you like Pandayan in District 6, where you're going in between that. District 6 with small number. If you want to do that, Mr. Cummings, I thought it was unfortunate. Again, if you want to come back to the politics of the country, there's a way you go about doing it. And I agree. I don't have issue with the way you want to do it, but to come and use this man, the man will have to come and go open factory and other things. Did Waka open factory in the country that you're supporting today? Did he open factory? Listen, it's not about the man got his worth and all of this personal money. It's not about the man got his own manifesto. He's projected those to the people of Liberia. The people will have to take decisions. Rather, they want this man to move the country forward, or they want to be in object poverty and in the midst of corruption. That's one of the things that they will have to do. But to push him and project him to be the kind of person that no, it's not the case. And my fear quickly here is that we have more time to have the debate. My fear is that if we were to move into things and you want to survive now, even attack the propaganda machinery of the government, the information team, that they are misplaced, they are not engaged in the appropriate kind of any regime will want to do this. But not listen. Part of the reason why Mr. Weah, I want to believe they didn't win the elections because the 20,000 vote, it was because Mr. Costa endorsed Mr. Weah.
Yep.
Most of Mr. Weah passionate supporters, some of them were very disappointed. They withdrew. And I want to believe that part of the reason he was just popular, but per his analysis or his analogy, Mr. Weah would have won an election. He had base. Mr. Weah would have won an election because that hit base. At least maybe I say 20,000. Yeah, they would have gone the other way around. But it's just quite unfortunate that people will want to come and attack. If you want to listen, no one is stopping you from supporting who you want to support. But if you say your support to Mr. Weah was based on this, it's just quite unfortunate. And we shouldn't give those kind of thing any room of analysis moving forward. So I would just want to say here, our country, Mr. Gayman, political line is moving forward. We cannot rule out any possibility. But what I'm saying for now, the Unity Party have done nothing whatsoever to prove to the Liberian people that they are on course for re-elections come 2029. Nothing. So if Mr. Cummings and any other group of political institutions can rally and do the real job, we still got hope to start the debate moving forward in the country. So no one should come up with that kind of a line of analysis. If you want to get what you know, move on and do that. But this man is still a very important player in the Liberian politics.
Thank you. Seleke, you were not in Atlanta over the weekend, but your PL was there, and your PL has been attacked as being nobody, has no impact on Liberian politics, he's going nowhere. How will you respond to Costa?
You know, Mr. Gayman, I listened to Costa last night, and I did a podcast today on my personal page. First of all, I want to respond to a few things he said. And what I want Costa to understand is that he would not pressure Mr. Cummings to talk about his private business. He would not. And if that is a strategy, he will come up and tackle you've not invested or share your resources or your sources with the Liberian people. It will not push Mr. Cummings to host a press conference the next day and announce his investment in the country. And what was so funny?
Does he have an investment in the country?
Of course. Mr. Cummings has invested in 2 different businesses in Liberia. One is doing well, the other one is not doing well. Period. We're not going to talk about the businesses he's doing. We're not calling business name because recently your political leader, Mr. Gayman, he was running from radio station to radio station because of the government attempt to bring down
his business.
Yeah, exactly. And they were very intentional about it. That's the kind of country we have. And so Mr. Cummings continuously appear on different radio stations and say that I've invested. Why would Mr. Cummings lie about investment? Logically, Mr. Gayman, think about that. This man not invest in the country, but he will come publicly and lie and say I've invested in 2 different businesses in the country, and one is doing well, one is not doing well. But because of fear of being targeted, I'm not calling my business's name. And Costa want to compare his so-called gold business with Mr. Cummings' investment in the country. It's an insult. But here is what I want Costa to know. BWR in Magibi Kakata. Mr. Cummings was appointed on the board of BWR during Mr. Salif time. It's the only government institution, Mr. Gayman, you are on, but you're not taking pay, but you give voluntarily. Mr. Cummings gave the biggest generator worth 100,000 United States dollars that is currently electrifying surrounding communities at BWR in Kakata. Today you can go there, you can see it, it's visible. The graduate school at the AMU University, Mr. Cummings gave the money to build that graduate school. Today, it's a private institution though, but today Liberians are attending that graduate school. You can see it for yourself. When you go to district number 4 in Dopoh, Mr. Cummings, he built a STEM school there. Sometime during the Ellen Johnson regime, they entered a partnership with the government of Liberia. The government should have played their part by subsidizing the school. But the government stepped back. Since Ellen time, the Cummings family been running that school. Sometime in 2023, Mr. Gayman, and this is where the family had to make a decision that no, they will charge school fees. They spent almost 100,000 USD to run the school in 2023. That is not sustainable. Just because somebody is rich, they should spend 100,000 US dollars every year in education. It is not sustainable. This man is a private citizen. How many schools, how many initiatives Joseph Barker, who have served in government for 42 years plus, have invested in? This is a man who left government position. He could not even afford to bury his mother-in-law. It's a fact. President, we are talking about it.
Johnny, what happened to the clock?
You see? No,
the clock is on.
The man watching the time. So don't do that, Mr. Gayman. But yesterday, what I gathered from that whole interview, Mr. Gayman, Costa exposed the president. Costa said, and here's what I want to point out quickly before I close. Costa said the current justice minister was recommended by Dallas Dillon and Yombly. That President Barker had somebody else on the list. But Dillon and Yombly resisted. Look at the word resisted. Who is Dillon and Yombly to resist the choice of the president appointment? It speaks a lot. It speaks that what that shows is that the president is indecisive. He is not in control of his government. Because if you are president of the country, you get right to appoint Anthony Gay as a justice minister or Jerome Gayman or Seleke Kromah. But somebody can come and resist your appointment and bring their own name. And at the end of the day, you appoint that. This is what Costa told us yesterday. The $10 million US villa in Foya, Lofa County. Costa told us that Grace are there men who cannot defend himself. That the men wanted to support Joseph Barker. The men paid the Barker don't know about it and bring it. And here is why there is another thing again he said that the $1.4 million US card they brought for the presidency and the vice presidency. That Joseph Barker told the EPS, and I want to kind of car, but the EPS told Joseph Barker to hell with you will go back and you forced to say that
you forced to say that.
Imagine looking at and like look, Mr. Gayman, Liberians, especially the journalists in Liberia, do not be doing copy and paste. They men went on school, you just talk nonsense, and you just went, you go take things and you post on your page rather, without analyzing for yourself. As if Liberians are jokers.
I'm hearing something.
Huh? No, that's only for you.
No, that Clark now.
There are 2 minutes. Johnny Clark, I probably.
Yeah, Johnny, what about 2 minutes?
Johnny got a broken clock.
Yeah, to conclude on this,
But
Mr. Gayman,
Seleke conclude.
it was very unfortunate. You can't do that. You know, somebody told me, Mr. Gayman, that when somebody look in your face and lie to you intentionally, it's an insult. And what Costa did to all yesterday. How you look at and say, Joseph Bakana, a wall of the car bar for you. He's now a wall of a $10 million US villa in Lofa. But every other thing, Joya is responsible for things that happen on his region. It's unfortunate.
It's a broken clock here. Where it's right twice a year. 12 o'clock in the day and 12 at night. It's right twice a day.
Mr. Gayman, if I made just a few seconds, Seleke said something very important.
Go ahead.
Seleke, my dear brother, let me say this to you. He's not saying that the president doesn't really know. He's trying to come back in the picture, but he just doesn't nonsense. He don't understand what he's saying. Why would the president? He doesn't just understand what he's saying. Why would a president not know of the vehicle he's about? Come on, man.
Thank you.
We need to stop those things. It's not realistic.
Honorable Peabody.
You know, look, Mr. Gayman.
Listen, you. I know Costa is our boy, but he said a lie yesterday.
And it would not bring up all the questions. I mean,
you know, I did not follow the show. I really don't listen to the other network. I really did not follow it, but from what I'm hearing, you know, I think, you know, my Costa is my good friend. You know, I think he should have just. Sometimes it just good to take a step back, sit down and reflect on what the long term is, what you would do. Because if you're having some issues and you just go and try to make decisions or say things, you will not say the right way. I think you should have just step back. You know, sometimes it's good to just chill from the public scene for some time. Get out, go, relax, take a break. Take a break. But I mean, Mr. Cummings is a very powerful man. Mr. Cummings does have force in Liberia. He can win an election in Liberia. And for people to say that they are popular voter, they can win more elections than Cummings and stuff like that, I don't think it was in place. I think I have a lot of respect for Mr. Cummings. I believe in his dream and vision for Liberia. And it's just a matter of getting Liberians to understand what Mr. Cummings' vision is and, you know, to move forward. Our people, they come one at a time. At one point, the choice was President Weah. They went, President Weah is our choice. The next thing they went to Mr. Boakai. When you ask anybody, what are they knew anything about Boakai? It's Boakai. And I believe the time will come when Mr. Cummings will have a chance like that too. And it won't be too long. That's all.
Okay. Johnny.
Yeah, so
don't cut the clock off. The clock is running now.
Yeah, so I think what has happened here is that Liberian people have given everybody all the opportunity to do things. Sometimes in some society, I like the word my brother Gail used. I'm a gay. He said when you have a dysfunctional society, you see all kind of elements coming in and trying to what they call steal the show. I believe in a place where we have a society where social order is recognized and is in place, people will know how to speak when it comes to public leaders. We know from our political science day or school, they say every political party is a government in waiting. If you understand that theory is true, even though the president is not a leader for the country at a given time, but they are already a potential leader for the country. So if you respect leadership, you should look at watch your voice, watch your presentation when you talk about people who are in leadership or who are playing leadership role in other government institution or political party. So I mean, I think it's just unfortunate that Henry Costa, who have been this loud speaking young man, since in his early 30s to now, it's now becoming like a tennis ball running around the field with everybody kicking it around. I really think that he's trying to sit down, reflect. He's a young man. He has a great future in terms of how he organizes his thoughts and what he wants to do in the country, you know. But I think it's not really right. I hope that people that work with him, the elders he has in his organization or in his grouping, they should call him and tell him, look, this is what this thing you said is not proper. I think you should go to Mr. Cummings and tell him you apologize to him. I mean, politically, you contested in the district number 6, and that was when people said you were in your prime in terms of Liberian politics. You know, because at that time he was a vocal leader, people respected him. Even people who could point him 3, 4, 5 times, you know, honor him so much as that, you know, that's most powerful voice. But he couldn't win district number 6. So you want to compare himself with Mr. Cummings who ran for presidency. That's not appropriate. I think she's trying to rethink how to do a political game. Getting back to UP is not a bad thing. He worked for them for so many years, 4 or 5 years, and at the end of the day, he changed the plane, went to Mr. Weah. And I also want to agree with somebody who said probably he's going to Mr. Weah may have been the cause of Weah losing the election. You know, maybe, you know, he's been there. But yeah, because people who got strong mind to decide that, look, this guy can come to us who have been hitting off for the last 4 or 5 years, and he comes in 2 weeks and come and start seeing the show around here. Maybe the cause together lost the election. But again, the young man should be mindful, take care of himself. He has a long way to go with Liberia, long way to play role in Liberian politics or Liberian system. You know, so that's what I have to say about him. Sometimes, you know, no one have a way where certain issue I get this because I don't speak about it, because if I speak about it, I'm elevating your argument, trying to elevate you what you talk about. Many people who did not even listen to him on the show, or talking about him here, we say, oh, something happened, and when we research, they go and check on Facebook to go read. And in that case, the guy is being elevated. So let's just push his issue, like, you know, like let nothing happen and move ahead. Thank you.
Honorable Tomalin, yours.
You may be on the scene.
Oh, you be on the scene. Okay. Let me go to Anthony Gay. Anthony Gay, this thing that we're doing, they call the news business, is very peculiar, right? They say a dog bites a man, cut his leg off. It don't make any news. But when that man turn around and bite that dog, man bites a dog. And that's what I'm making it. So I'm saying this, if you are Costa, right? And you've been out of the news and you want to get back in the news, you don't go punch down. You don't go say, Gay, you ugly, or Mr. Gayman, you looking funny. It don't make news. But you go after either George Weah, you go after Cummings, or you go after Joseph Boakai. All of a sudden you back into the news. The man is a political tactician. That's what they do. Whether you want to talk about it or not, it's current event. It's happening. It's part of the. I didn't watch the show. Somebody said, look at you. You know, they caught the clip and said it to me. Said, look at your homeboy. What are you doing? So it worked. You know, you want to be in the news. That's how you do it. He did it. And we're talking about it. Whether you talk about him or not, somebody is talking about it because he attacked somebody who has credibility. A guy who doesn't get involved with his sleaze. He's not into the gutter. But that's the kind of man you want to wrestle him. So he can wrestle you back and you'll be in the mud.
So politics is a calculated risk, right?
Of course.
The reason why he came out twofold, and I'm going to speak on that. You will not hear me talking about him again. Number one, the nominee designate for the deputy minister position of the urban development post. That news is hurting the government big time. Now, those of you or people who work in social science, so you understand this part. You may not be a behavioral health person, but you understand this part that in behavioral health, there is 2 parts. There is the urban side of things and there is a suburban side of things, right? And she worked in the urban side of things in behavioral health, not in urban development. Because she doesn't understand. If I give her a blueprint of a city, she won't be able to read that blueprint. Those of us in infrastructure engineering in IT, I can pick up a blueprint and say, this device goes there, this one goes here, this height of this one has to be this way, the camera setting of this building has to be there, the fiber coming into this building has to be at this height, this distance from the power line, all of that. I can read a blueprint with that. If I give her a blueprint of a city, she doesn't know what's the distance between one light pole to the next light pole. How hard is the power line has to be on that light pole from the telecommunication line? He doesn't understand that. There's a big distinction in urban development and behavioral health in urban development services. Two distinctions. You can't fool us. You can't Google it. You can't AI that particular thing. You must have the training, the expertise, and the understanding of that area. So if you say you did urban development, if I give you the blueprint of a city of Monrovia downtown, can you read and see where a sewage is supposed to be compared to a transformer? You know, you don't understand those things. And it will not be writing, it will not be images or symbol, right? By symbol on the blueprint. So to clear that news, he came in. Another strategic plan is go after the most sophisticated guy. He has the credibility, he has the money, he has the name recognition, he has the integrity. Remember, once some money get woke up and started going after Mr. Cummings when we were in the CPP. This time around, we are not in the CPP. From that news to our successful convention to everything that's happening with the ANC, like Brent mentioned, one can post saying, Gary, but let me tell you this. He never worked in a well-structured, he got educated here in the US. He could have worked here. He has documentation to work here. He ran away from here. You know why? He can't compete in a well-functioning society. He can't. So he rushed back to Liberia. There are lots of opportunity here. If you're competent, and I'm not questioning his credential because he earned it, right? But it is not in his DNA to compete in a well-functioning society. He's the type of person who bullets his way through things. Let's see how he talked to his subordinate.
Okay, the NSA shut him up.
Well, how can a man? Why on this man camera?
Pewee, the NSA. You see, Costa worked for the NSA. They just shut him up. Go ahead, Pewee.
I thought I'm on time, Mr. Gayman.
Yeah,
I'm coming to you. You're a small ball. Go ahead.
IT specialist, man. I know he do engineering to say what they.
Kromah, go ahead.
The Stephen, I'll put it right here. Put it on one. I will complete this.
Let me go in Pewee.
Not so high. Yeah, go ahead, Kromah.
That mean?
No,
I mean.
Kromah.
Yeah, but I just want to close on this thing. You know, I just want to close on the Costa thing. Maybe we can just go to something else. But again, as I was saying, yesterday's show actually exposed the president. And it's so unfortunate that this is one of the key things that Costa used on his platform to kind of get the Liberian people to follow JNB.
Sorry, guys, can you hear me?
People that the reason, yeah, we're getting you, but Anthony, they made a case to the Liberian people that look, the reason JNB has not been demonstrating or making decisions on his own is because he's been in a position that limits him. So given the presidency, he will prosecute Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. Ellen was corrupt and he was not corrupt. So when he gained the presidency, Ellen will go to jail. 2 years now, Ellen in our country that should not go to jail. You know, every time JNB and Costa had a private, they have a private conversation, JNB, instead of taking decision on his cabinet minister, he will be complaining to Costa. And I'm happy with the justice minister. If you see Costa coming up to demand the dismissal of the justice minister, a JNB complaining to Costa. You see, you can't have that kind of man to be president of the country. The man who can make a decision. If you're not satisfied with the justice minister, fire the man. Listen to what even brought him to the position. Listen to what Costa said. Like Dillon and Youngblade resisted JNB charge for the justice ministry until they convinced JNB to make the current minister the justice minister rather. So this thing about Mr. Cummings not doing anything, and we have consistently told Mr. Cummings this privately. We told Mr. Cummings, look, Chief, if this struggle is about coming to do exactly what other people are doing, like you won't spend your money, when you can't, you steal the Liberian money to replace it, then it's fine. You can get anybody money to do that. But if you're real with yourself, you want to change this country, as you say, bringing smart Liberians together and sacrifice and make a difference in the lives of everybody. If this is what this struggle is about, anybody who don't believe your ideology, your vision for this country, that don't go to hell. Sorry for my expression. You don't need to give anybody money. You can tell us Kumi will build factory, but Joseph Boakai will not build factory. Kumi will bring businesses and create different companies, but Joshua and Joseph Boakai and the rest of the other people, you set a standard for Kumis, and the rest of the other politicians, you hold them with different standard. It's not going to work. What Mr. Cummings decided to do independently to assist Liberians, voter politics, he will do that as we just listen. Right now, go at the University of Liberia, Mr. Gayman. They own the computer lab at the University of Liberia. Like Cummings put it there. The university students that are listening to them, open the phone line. If I'm lying, they own a computer lab equipped with computers. Like Cummings put it there. Joseph Boakai been serving for 42 years. He ever thought about that? And you come and say, Cummings don't share his source with Liberian people. How you want his share? You have to believe. No. And I will close on this, Mr. Gayman. How does Cummings opening his private business, his own business for money making, and employ you, Mr. Gayman, as a software engineer, where you come in to apply your skill and your expertise in our business? At the end of the month, they pay you. How does that influence the decision to vote in an election? What sense does that make? You're a software engineer, you went to school for 4 years or 2 years, or whatever it is. You learn your skills. And because Cummings bring a company and hire you as a software engineer, and every month they pay you for what you do, your services you're providing there. How does that influence the decision? But Cummings, Costa said Cummings should bring investment and build political capital. The men own private business that will gain profit, that it will gain political capital. But we are not going to be deterred by this. And this further exposed Joseph Boakai. And we told the Liberian people that Joseph Boakai was an old man. He will not make any decision for himself. Now, if Liberia NCR going to Mr. Gayman, you tell me today, Mr. Gayman, can you work in an institution that your boss man will be gossiping about you to other people and be denigrating you on Facebook? You not resign? Of course, you will not resign. But if the NCR country, that means that Joseph will resign. Because Joseph Boakai will gossip the man to Costa, and Costa will come on Facebook and be insulting, attacking the man. And this is unprofessional.
Thank you.
Especially for the most experienced old men that they told us that could change things around for our country. Very, very unfortunate.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to open the line at 7 o'clock. So we got another 15 minutes. Now, Honorable Pewee, we got two things here to discuss. We'll go to the CMC. But I saw this today in the paper. The NDC Secretariat described draft strategic plan as a roadmap for credible and inclusive election. Now, they are just presenting a plan for credible and inclusive election. I was confused, and to have, I thought we have been having credible and transparent elections since day one.
Absolutely. But quickly before I get to that, Mr. Gayman, let me just say we left something out today moving forward, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yesterday, special interview that's circulating on the social media today. Now, part of the reason I'm just getting from Sacco around the executive mansion, and again, my sources I will have to protect. Costa statement about the reason why they immediately dismissed the mass minister and his assistant minister today. Remember, he said something yesterday.
Assistant minister?
Yes, the assistant minister was also dismissed.
Oh?
The assistant minister for mines, I didn't know. I just received this text message from someone very close. Now, the assistant minister for mines was dismissed. But Costa said something yesterday that they gave him 300 acres with more than 30 million deposits of gold. You can recall part of that interview that he said that? He said that.
Yeah, he said that,
You see, it's good to be mindful when you say what you don't send up. How will you just get 300 acres or more than 30 million? How are the vetting process? That was the cause of the assistant minister for mines that is directly responsible to do that, was also immediately dismissed. I just thought to bring this out, but we'll take some time to ready to go through that. He said yesterday that the 300 acres of land that he gave him, he can't be a millionaire, is $30 million. That, form triggered the immediate dismissal of the Myeans, though they've been having some issue with him, but it triggered the dismissal. Just put the coffin, just the nail in the coffin. But and back to the election commission issue, will take some time to move to those lines. We've been having free, fair, and transparent elections. That's the intent of the election commissions. But if the laws is saying that they're trying to do a strategic documentation to put in place for that moving forward, I think we ought to support that. Yeah, we have to do that, Mr. Gayman, because the electoral law, the reform law of the National Election Commission is clear. It spoke of the way our election law is structured. It brings to bear a lot of transparency, a lot of elements of transparency we have into it. And that's part of the reason, if you were to go into that, the counting of ballot, the way ballot boxes are moved into polling centers and all those areas, the way the representations of political institutions and all those things. So we should have adequate representation for all of the participating political institutions. That is meant to also guarantee the transparent nature of our elections. But yes, the laws on the book, Mr. Gayman, will say to you clearly that it will be free, fair, and transparent. Isn't that in some draconian country, like for instance, in the Cote d'Ivoire, the way it's structured is not as ours. Like where the Museveni, the 81-year-old Museveni is the president. Like he said, he should not get in the last term. Where is that? That the Minister of Internal Affairs is the one that can announce the elections in those francophone countries, for instance, right?
To remind you, Paul Biya just won in his 92nd year.
Yeah, Paul Biya is 92 years old. He just won re-election. I think how many been now. So I said, listen, for Paul Biya, I can put anything on the line for it. Paul Biya would die in office as president of Cameroon. He's going to die in office as president of Cameroon, and probably he will have anointed. And the man that he tried to anoint to be the one to replace the mayor is 87 years old. 87 years old, but the mayor Paul Biya is bringing in to replace him is 87 years old. He's 92-year-old, the mayor is 87 years old. So
that his junior.
So yeah, so it's 5 years. But there's the information that one of his sons trying to push and counter that. But the 87-year-old man is grounded in the military, right?
Of course.
So you see, it's a problem we have in Africa, Mr. Gayman. So if Liberia is talking about electoral reform, a mechanism and a pathway for transparent electoral processes, that's a good thing to start with. It's good. And then I want to believe that Liberia is going to be a difficult country now to do those things. And you can't do it in Liberia. The reason why you can do it, if somebody to have remain power and continue through that kind of legacy, then we'll say, yeah, or the terror tendency, but no, you can do it now in Liberia. So there's a system we have in Liberia, I think is going to progressively move on. But it's unfortunate that they will have to do that. But the laws are there. The only thing the government will have to, time to time, do is for the government to give the support to the election commission to do what they have to do. But if we are only there to protect our vote, it's difficult for them to cheat. It's absolutely difficult.
Excellent. Honorable George, let me read this real quick, and we can go through it, and we can go to the line. It's a press release. CMC Citizen Movement for Change release, press release, October 26. CMC acknowledges the resignation of Madam Grace Renelle Gua. The Citizen Movement for Change acknowledges the resignation of Madam Grace Gua, who until October 25, 2025 served as chairperson of the CMC USA Canada chapter. Madam Gua has been an integral part of CMC's formative journey. Her leadership, commitment, and passion play a significant role in establishing a strong and vibrant diaspora chapter that continues to inspire the spirit of patriotism among Liberians abroad. While we regret her departure, we deeply respect her decision and the sincerity with which she has expressed it. Leadership often means following one's convictions, even when paths diverge. Madam Gua's courage to act on her belief reflects the same spirit of independent thinking and integrity that the CMC stands for. The CMC remains grateful for her service and the positive mark she leaves on our movement. The foundation she helped lay will remain an enduring part of our collective story. as an institution built to respect.
So that's why you move on. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Gayman.
Why you going to interrupt? We recognize that every contribution made in good faith strengthens our mission to build a better Liberia. On behalf of the National Executive Committee and the CMC family worldwide, the political leader, Honorable Hassan Musa Hassan Bility, extend heartfelt appreciation to Madam Grace Garguah and wishes her success in her future endeavor. Though our organizational path may differ, our shared dream of a peaceful and prosperous Liberia continues to unite us in purpose and hope. Signed, Smith and Toby, Media and Communication Director, CMC Movement for Change. Honorable George, this is a well-written, strategically placed. The wordings are all measured. Your take on the resignation and the few that existed within the CMC that some of us call growing pain.
First, let me just piggyback on Pewee said something, and there's a breaking news coming up. I'm sure this will be in a public zone.
Okay, but if you want to break it, go ahead and break it now.
As you know, the president is on his way to France tomorrow, right? And two members of his trip, his cabinet was part of that trip, but they were taking off the trip because they're on an investigation. I think they're in trouble. I think, from what I gather, the Minister of Commerce and Madam Mamaka Bility. So they were taking off the trip, the president's trip to France tomorrow.
You heard it here first.
Yes. So they were taking off the trip, and then 2 weeks ago, the managing director of the MPA sent me clearance from the police that he was clear. But then I was told the NSA report is not good for him. The president received the NSA report, and the Chinese government is complaining that they have concern about what happened to the national with the port manager, and because of that, he's in hot water. Chinese government is demanding that the national wasn't treated fair, and the report that came from the police is not. They didn't accept it. He wasn't shut down. The MPA boss is in trouble too for that. So they are on, and then several deputy ministers are also on investigations too right now, and we expect President Boga to act more in the coming days. One, he will be in France, but he will act from there, I believe, or when he return. But that's what's happening right now. Now getting to understand why my brother Costa was because he was brave to even to mention the president close confidant them. So you know how politics and work, yeah. So now if action is taken on Mamaka ability and then put more, the credit is maybe people say, oh, because maybe he raised the issue on them or so forth. But that was happening. They were scheduled to travel with the president to Paris, but now they have been taking off the trip. They're now on the trip. And I'm trying to get the details of why what's happening, but the minister, I can confirm the minister of Mamaka Ability and the Commerce Minister Dakosa is they are not in the president good grace right now. So and the MPA boss, the Chinese embassy have informed, have made a representation that they are not happy with the results of investigation involving the national. So we should expect a lot of news coming in the coming maybe before while we're on the show will be coming up, or maybe tomorrow before we get back on the show will be out. But that's what's happening in the world of the alliance, the Rescue Alliance. I think there are a lot of cracks there right now. It's not easy in the alliance. It's not a good time to be member of the alliance. It's a time right now. It's a time everybody uncomfortable. But just let me address the question you asked about the CMC. Look, I told my colleagues, I said, I predicted that before December, things were going to unravel, things were going to happen, the way I saw things going. You now have an organization where you have two persons dominating, and they're having putting investment into these programs, and the result wasn't. I mean, I tagged you and Nagbe. I said your program having Minnesota will flop, and President Biden will flop, and you went to Canada, another flop too. So, and sometimes you have to evaluate what's going on. But Biden went to Minnesota alone, and he saw what happened. I mean, he got a turnout there. I think the first major turnout he got sent coming to America. So now and then there was an internal thing I heard. So the authority and power of the chair lady exerting power, and Musa wasn't buying that. And you saw Musa appointed a long-term confidant, and the woman who runs his business in Liberia, Wade Power, as a political, legal and advisor. I mean, chairman for legal and political affairs. And then I heard you want to make some changes in the USA, in the diaspora too. Who's going to maybe Gayman will be the chairman of Nagbe. I told Musa I recommend one of the guys be the diaspora official. Maybe give them the opportunity. They will expand the base. But that's what's happening, and I will keep on saying a lot going to happen for 2029. You see nothing yet. It's just starting, and the ANC folks, I know they're not happy. I know. I honestly, serious note, as people is my witness. I have not watched the interview yesterday with Costa. What people were together when I was having lunch somewhere, and then and he was somewhere else, and I was telling him he watching the show. He said he wasn't watching it. So, but then I know I'm getting snippets from the interview. I've not sat down. I was just I think a few minutes ago, somebody told me to sit down and watch the show. Perhaps tonight I watched the interview. But so far, what the snippets I've seen, is politics on right now. And if the ANC should be believed, Mr. Cummings said they talk bullshit and nonsense. And he said in response to the nonsense and the bullshit, ANC shouldn't be the same ANC of yesteryear where when I attack, they just sit down. I think they need to come out forceful too. Somebody was telling me earlier when I left the show, people were talking. One ANC person said, but Tomalin, like I going what party? I said, I'm not going to no party. He ain't going to no party. I got the man and I got the man and transferred the clearance. We're not releasing the nobody on 2028. You know, you have professional player there.
That's right.
Yeah. You can hold the how do you call it?
Who not going nowhere?
You can hold the what do you call it, man? You go to another team.
Transfer.
Or the transfer.
Yeah, transfer.
I got people transfer. They're not here going nowhere.
Who Pewee?
That was who. The man smart you were talking to earlier, and smart say, what party that man? I said the man going nowhere. He going no party. He neutral. So we holding his transfer.
I'm a free agent for now.
No, you free agent. You holding your transfer until 2028 will release.
But I've been talking to Cummings. Cummings been talking
Woman wife Jack poster. I want to read a post.
So they said what?
Yeah, hold on.
Remember, they want to be on the team. I said, no, man, not going nowhere. You got a transfer.
But but they gotta pay the transfer fee to you.
But we're not reducing it until 2028.
That's what I'm saying. It's all negotiations. See how many
contract of the 2028 contract. So he not going
to transfer. We're gonna see the fee.
Cummings is still considered serious person in Liberian politics.
Kromah,
the level how he going to structure the team to move him forward. But Kromah, go ahead and read what you want to read.
Read.
Wife. She just posted 1 hour ago.
Okay.
Thank you for making me a very proud wife. Your children are equally very proud of you. Of course, your God is happy to have a child like you. Choosing integrity over wealth is the best choice any true Christian can make. You are a great statement, so prosperity will judge you kindly. Thank you for your job well done, honey. That's the post she just made. That women choose integrity over wealth.
Wow.
You know, in the executive mansion page, they didn't tell us any reason why they fired a man.
You know, the executive mansion got it right to that. Article 54, that way of pleasure.
Yes.
That's just way 56, rather. It's just that is just way of pleasure. And that's the power of Article 56. Way of pleasure. The president goes to bed, but probably something came out. And you see that the debate now. The executive mansion quarter is saying part of the reason they did it, this was around for some time. Costa said some things. How they going about that giving no kind of thing out. Right, so they put he and his assistant for mines and just dismiss them. So we will have to. Eventually, there's going to be things coming out. I know political person. Eventually, things going to come out. So.
Yeah, Pewee, I think the government has 6 years, so probably they put a 6 year into 3 phases: phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3. So in phase 1, they are doing structural rearrangement and structural arrangement, and then those that will come on board, we try them for phase 2. And then the group that will come in phase 3 will be the one that will go for election. So that's the whole pattern I see, that's coming up. So
no, this dismissal is based on malfeasance. It's not based on stage 1, stage 2. No, it's not based on stage 1. This is just based on my piece and other thing. That's what the executive management is informed to do. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just saying to you, the government has 6 years. And so, in my view, I think they want to do restructuring of the government in the first 2 years gone. And then, second 2 years, other guys will come up. But you'll see more changes taking place between now to January, February, to have a new phase of the government moving into the second phase of the government. Then the third phase will make changes, and those changes now will carry us through the elections.
Thank you. Myean, if you are in the back, please post your graduation picture so we can acknowledge you. If you can post that photo of this young man who is performing as a groomsman.
When is Myean birthday graduation program?
If he's listening, please post your photo. Let's see.
I think yesterday was the baccalaureate ceremony.
Okay. Well, Myean, if you are up, put the photo up, the information, so we can see it here. But a young man, if anybody told you that he was still in high school, you won't believe it. Okay, for a young man who is doing as much as he's done, learning the craft, and yet and still perform as though he's a seasoned journalist. This is what we are talking about when we're talking about corresponding. By the time he turned to be 25, 30 years old in this business, when you talk about the corresponding experience from entry level to where he will be, that's what we are looking for. Not just the certificate that you have a journalist degree or something, but what have you done since you got? He can tell you before I even got to be a full-fledged graduate journalist, I was practicing internship. Johnny, during those days to be a lawyer, everybody didn't go to law school, right?
Yeah, in fact, they had an apprentice lawyer.
There you go. And some of the apprentice lawyers even did better.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Oh, yes. Many of them, I learned that even the late Councillor Garguah was one of those.
Yes.
You know?
Garguah, Councillor Richard Flomo.
Yeah.
Those were individuals that learned through apprenticeship, but they did very well, pretty well in terms of. But they learned. Yes, your apprenticeship is very strategic also, and so I didn't know this until 2016 here in the U.S. when one of our Nigerian professors said this to us. He said his uncle came in this country many years ago, I think in the late 50s. And all the things, his uncle was a great intellectual. Uncle now went back to Nigeria, but I think he retired now. But he was one of the best lawyers ever. He learned through apprenticeship in this country. Because he said to me, if you're learning through those means, imagine you're in a courtroom. You're learning how to file. You learn how to do brief. Other than the classroom, right? You got to go to the class, but you're learning everything from the courtroom. Yeah, from the courtroom. That's one of the reasons why the old man, the late Moses Tandapoli, was very good in understanding the constitution of our country. Because he was justice of the peace.
Yeah.
He was justice of the peace. And the fact that he was justice of the peace, he took some time. He didn't go to academic school. He didn't know how to basically, he spoke, his English was all broken. But it gave out a reasonable meaning. And he proffered some wonderful build moving forward in that institution at the time, in the 52nd or 51st, if you will. So it is important for us to know that. He always quoted whenever that woman was transacting, doing legislative transaction in plenary or in committee room, he would cite their rules with no mistake. He would cite the Constitution, and he would speak in keeping with constitutional provisions. So, I mean, he was one of those persons, I think, may his soul rest in peace, but he knew he acted and he performed it very adequately, if you will. So, it is important that we do that. And one of the reasons why, even we cannot, everybody in the country cannot go to to academic school, we have to ensure that most of our generation, current generation now, we have to pivot to the new technological stage by being a technician in different areas of our country. It can rapidly move the country forward. And that is important that we're not moving forward. It is very, very important. And that is the way
we have a living apprentice here who came to the ring of fire like that too. Me.
Yeah, but that's the way to do it.
I started my telecommunication work with Comcast as a regular service tech.
Yeah, and
People
that's the
going
way
to
to go.
college.
You don't have to go to the academic school to get a degree, so that you learn from that.
Before going to college and getting a degree in information technology and all of that stuff, I was an apprentice in telecommunication.
Excellent. Myean, Mr. Gayman is asking that you put your picture up. We want to see, and there's something I don't know what you in the back. We can't get you.
There you go. Graduation invitation. There you go.
There you go.
Congratulations,
my man.
Congratulations, man.
Myean, are you 18 now? I want to ask you a question. I want to find out if you're 18 for
I think Myean said
Myean said 18?
The man from
because I didn't want to violate the rules. You 18?
No,
yeah, December.
No, Myean, are you 18 now?
No.
That's what I'm saying, because we already in a year, so...
No.
So you see it now, man. So you see, I'm not a question like he said, so you're not 18, so I
you don't read the age yet.
When is your birthday? December what?
December 22nd.
Oh,
you got a long way to go. That Christmas baby there.
Yeah, man. You see, your graduation, I can't even buy you a shot of Hennessy.
Nope, not yet.
Not yet.
Myean.
Yeah.
When the actual graduation, the 31st, right?
Yeah, the 31st is on Friday.
This coming Friday, okay.
Yeah, on Halloween day.
Okay, good. So, Honorable Peabody and Tomalin George, I think they say we're gonna do something for you when they are ready. They will let us know so we can send you a little graduation gift. Are you the only one graduating?
From where?
From high school.
I mean, I'm talking about
from the team.
Yeah,
only you for the closing argument, right?
Yeah.
Okay, good. But we just don't want to.
Yeah, but Mr. Gayman, the dean of the cabinet, he in charge of that whole thing, so he will keep the ball rolling.
Okay, Pewee is the dean of the cabinet.
No. It's not even empowerment or something. No problem.
Yes.
Here's what we'll do, Mr. Gayman. Send we on now. Let's talk it briefly before we move to other things.
Yes.
Here's what we're going to do. So
no, man. I mean, I think we should push it in the back because the public is listening to us to other things. So let's put Myean in the back.
I agree to that.
Whatever you agree to, you can let me know because I'm not in the back. So whatever you agree to, you can let me know.
Myean,
hey, man, Anthony, sorry, man.
Everybody and tell her how much we all to contribute. Even if it's $10.
Maybe the audience will also want to contribute.
Yes, whatever we have.
Johnny, Myean want the audience to contribute too.
Okay, you're right. Okay, I will draw my statement.
Mr. Gayman, yes, I will do. The fact that Myean's picture is, we just want to talk to our resident followers. Those that have been very, very much committed to the closing argument, following us weekly, daily, monthly, but we just want to appreciate you. But today we have one of our junior comrade, a very, very committed junior comrade. He's still 17 years old. He's graduating from high school at the age of 17. He turned 18 December, and his graduation is this coming Friday. So we just wanted you to join us to wish him all the best wishes to come his way, and we pray God will guide him so that he will matriculate to college successfully, and we all going to do what we can do. Now, we're not asking you to, we're just asking you to appreciate him. And the appreciation can be a best wishes message on this platform. He will also appreciate that. It can be anything you can do to appreciate him. But we, as a platform, we already have a clear agenda. We're going to work behind the scene and ensure that my graduation is very much successful, and very much successful. He will have something, I don't know. I'm going to talk to him immediately after this program tonight. He's going to tell us if he's having party, then we'll know what we can do. But latest, we're going to get to Myean by the close of tomorrow, before about 12 midday, latest 2 p.m. Wednesday Liberian time. We're going to send what we can send to him as a platform. But if you want to wish him, ladies and gentlemen, on this platform, we have about 1,000 plus watching currently, and those that are listening via the radio, if you can do out of time to just call and wishing best wishes and thanking for this event. He's a very smart kid. Remember, he's coming out of high school. He does most of our technical work behind the scene. He's very committed. He's one of those that I think he's contemplating going high. So we just want to appreciate him and say thank you, ladies and gentlemen. So that's what we want to say. Myean is saying, if you want to wish him happy graduation, just wish him happy graduation. Anything you can do, we will appreciate that. Thank you very much. Mr. Gayman, back to you.
Yeah, usually we, by tomorrow, latest Wednesday, we're going to have a number. I think Dr. Peabody has a number established where you can send a few dollars if you want, and then he will transmit it to Myean. Thank you very much. Put our numbers. Oh, let's take some calls because before we go off the line. Let's go, guys. The numbers. Myean, go ahead, read the numbers.
So, but Mr. Gayman, the way how the political launch still moving on.
Well, listen, I'm committed to the closing argument. I can't answer.
No, I see because I mean you part of the 9th and 2nd committee of the CMC diaspora.
Oh yeah, but you know, like I say, I have to give Musa ability credit because early 6 o'clock this morning he called me and they offered me the job.
But
you the chairman now?
The man declined.
You're the national chairman?
The man declined.
Congratulations.
Listen.
The man declined.
He offered me the job, and I told him, I said, since I was the arch rival to Grace, she would think I did it. I was bothering her because I wanted her job.
Oh, you have a problem?
Oh, you know,
no, not problem.
Not problem.
Hey, man, too many let noise, man. Not problem. I just
the biggest critic.
I was the critic. So I nominated a girl called Dolores Shock out of Denver. She's very smart, people's person. She got a lot of organizational skills.
Tell who should be our guest on the week. The organ will be our first guest.
Okay, I'm going to get in touch with Dolores.
Has she been appointed already?
No.
Okay.
I want to believe. I carry some weight in the organization when I nominated, because I could have taken the job, but I nominated her because I trust her. I want to believe.
You know, Sunday whole thing happened the weekend. Today, the first time Nagbe not on the show at all.
So that means I gotta call Nagbe to check on him.
Yeah, you gotta call your father. Wow,
that great right-hand man now.
But wait, Gayman, I want to ask something, man. I want to ask a question while waiting for the calls. So, is that how the structure of the CMC is? That the chairman appoints or to a high election or some kind of convention? How does it work?
The executive committee will appoint.
The executive committee appoints.
Yeah, but chairman, not executive committee, that individual.
No. The Constitution says.
Pewee away. You guys want everybody. Let Gayman talk.
The Constitution says the chair of the USA, next in line is the vice president for administration, then the vice president for operation. So if the chair resigns or in case of emergency, the vice president for administration ascends. That's me. So when they reach out to me, I told them, we just came from Philadelphia, and you saw how acrimonious it got. It was on policy line.
Oh, there was tension in Philadelphia?
But this is what I'm telling you. So
that popcorn puppy.
You see, you and Tomalin, y'all to push your fire. Yeah.
No. But as I just said it, for something to be acrimonious, you know that.
Yeah, but I said it was on policy line. Okay.
I see. So from this Philadelphia thing and Minnesota thing, I didn't see nobody again. So I knew so. See what probably if and now I can understand. Making some sense now.
But wait, and people, let me understand, man. Did she leave the CMC or she left the position?
Everything. She said her vision. She said her vision don't align.
That's correct.
The CMC people not finding her vision. The CMC got messed.
She resigned from both the position and
the party. Her vision don't align. They don't align at all. Let me find the letters. I got the letters.
My man, I see.
That accepted.
My man, greater my girl, greater my sister. She will come out to me.
Read the letter.
Yeah, but what's the name?
Let me work out. You see, so we talk about CMC. There she come. That woman here let G's. She let G's business. Oh Lord.
You know how long? Mr. Gayman, you know how long I've been struggling to come on for some reason. I don't know what's going on with my iPad. I'm having a hard time coming on. I've been trying over an hour now to come on.
Because you bought our fake Chinese phone.
But Jimmy.
By the real.
Yeah, well, let's have a read a letter now.
Let me read.
Go to the Apple Store and buy it from there.
My put sister up, man. Put the woman up.
He trying to poke the bell.
Well, they're flying to London, everything now. Then you say the party airline. When did you know the party airline?
Oh, man, look, yo, John, man, this lady is one of the panelists on this show.
Johnny. You see, our politician here.
No, I read you back for Sister Grace.
But they accepted, Johnny, they accepted letter from CMC. It has Pewee written all over it, the sentence structure and everything that Pewee.
You see Pewee? Pewee.
When you communicate with people like me, I have an observing tactic. Pewee structure is in that letter.
No.
You wrote that letter.
What the Bible said, by the fruit we shall know them.
We shall know them.
Man, people leave the woman, man. People stop acting them, man. People, man.
I won't ask questions.
But Johnny, how you making that deal that we saying something wrong here?
No, but are you guys happy because Grace resigned or what? What's going on?
Happy for what?
Grace resigned from the party and from the position. She's no longer part of the party. No, she's no longer.
Here's the letter. I don't have the letter. Here's the letter.
This is the acknowledged one.
Yeah, this is the acknowledged one. So here's the letter. Before we go to the other one, there's the letter. This letter was dated on October 25th, 2025. Dear CMC Executive, I'm writing to formally resign from my position as CMC USA/Canada chairperson and to withdraw my affiliation with the Citizen Movement for Change CMC political party.
What?
After careful reflection, I have concluded that my vision for Liberia future differs significantly from the current direction of the party. So her vision significantly differ from Gayman political party.
maybe Johnny.
I have observed.
Yeah. People know. Pewee, all right, man. Pewee is okay.
It's okay.
Pewee.
That contest crew here, I know the internal letter. Okay, now we're gonna go to the end.
Read the whole letter, man. Come on.
I have observed that the party organizational structure, functionality, and chain of command are not sufficiently aligned with effective system building.
I like
that line.
You see that line? I have observed that the party organizational structure, functionality, and chain of command are not sufficiently aligned with effective system building. This has created an environment that is conventionally with a solid foundation established at the early stages of I'm doing it from my phone, man. Send it up. Okay, that is conventionally and not conducive to meaningful collaboration or progress. In my view, the fight for change must begin with a solid foundation established at the early stages of development. Accordingly, I respectfully request that my name be removed from the party bank account and that my from the party bank account.
My man, I call him again tomorrow.
For the bank account?
From the party bank account, and that my address be deleted from all CMC registration records. Any party memorabilia or materials in my possession will be returned to the individual designated by the CMC to receive them. Thank you for the opportunity. That's it. But the critical part of the part up there first, I was looking at the issue about that man, you know.
The system did not align. That's critical to me.
Yeah. That
she said, you're not practicing what you're
preaching. Listen.
And that the party organizational structure and functionality.
Yep.
And chain of command.
Right.
I'm not sufficiently aligned with the effective system.
And when you're a government in waiting, a government by the people for the people,
Amen.
For the Nagbe people.
Amen. All in all,
listen,
the money finished.
Money didn't go, right? Money didn't go.
Listen, guys.
The free margin are coming.
It's
been directed to something else now. So
no man, Peabody, man.
Kamara was sponsored and Johnny. The trips to Canada, the trips to Minnesota, the trips to England.
London.
So all these trips were sponsored by the party.
Of course.
Hey, you come for me now. You come for me. Let me change
that. I got a suggestion to make. Can we give Grace the platform for her to tell her story?
Oh yeah, of course.
Where?
Of course.
Where?
They were not allowed to come here.
Why not?
I would tell the person where the letter
Hey. They were not allowed to want to come here.
No, but listen. No, why we pay for the airtime? She can't to use the platform.
Peabody is. I mean,
if she want to come, she can come.
She can't come.
Yeah, but how we say where Peabody? They platform a public platform again. If you pay for the time, you can't show.
But how the platform let it behind the thing?
Yeah. No, but this is something clear. This lady is a very good lady. Very, very good lady.
Everybody
should go. Very good. Very lady. Very good. Very.
Anyway, I want to extend an invitation if she's looking for another party. The CDC is willing to
is available.
What?
That 1 month you stay there again. Say,
hey, I empathize with Sis Grace.
At the money about party.
Listen,
it's not a jump shift.
We thank Grace. We thank Grace for her service. For what she brought.
That response was measured.
We thank her for her service. She made contribution that will remain as her legacy, but the party has to move on, and we thank her at some point.
That's right.
We all love our country, and we are fighting to make the country better. We may have different ideas, but our goal remains the same, to see a better Liberia, and we thank her. That's that party stand.
CMC all the way.
That's correct. That's correct.
So yes, what Mr. Gayman left out. And thank you, Grace, for granting my wish.
Broke your wing?
For granting you your wish.
What's my wish? Listen, man. You see, you're looking for breaking news. Listen,
but I was there. You
Mr. Gayman. Yeah. The way I see people are celebrating the team, I hope people playing a major role in the process. They made that part of the CMC. Why are you that part of the CMC? I think that's Sarah behind this thing.
And again, I made a very good reference here. The Bible would know them by the fruit. There's some people who got jump and jump and jump.
That's right.
Yeah, I'm being anything because I no connection with Grace whatsoever when it comes
but you're recruiting her right now, so
if she wants to go to a different party, of course, our party is open.
Okay, so I'll give you her number.
But let me give you guys my candid view of what I observed from the time of her accession to CMC in the position and all of that. and all of the bickering that have been going back and forth in the chat room and stuff like that. My heart goes out to her. I know she means well, or she meant well for CMC, and things did not go the way, she expected. But I would just like her to, I just want her to continue to remain focused and look within herself, see herself in the mirror. Maybe there are some things she did wrong that came across, there are some things that she meant for good, but it came across wrongly. Probably in her thoughts, in her speech, whatsoever in her, so she needs to do a self-reflection and try to work on it, because as a young, beautiful young woman in our political politics, sometimes you have to be very, very aware of what you are doing. A lot of us, we are not politicians. We just get anything because for the sake of our country. But at the same time, we have to be, disciplined. We have to be humble. We have to respect other people's views. A lot of things come across. So I just want to, caution her, and I wish her well. And maybe this is the time for her to do a self-reflection and and see what she can do to moving forward. But I wish her all the best.
Yeah, so let me kind of talk, Sarah. And I also want to say to everybody here that, our sister Grace's departure from CMC, from what I said, from what I'm looking at, I see more happening in CMC. I see more happening. Probably in the next 3 to 6 months or in the next 12 months, we'll see more people leaving, or all things will be happening in CMC. So great departure.
Johnny?
Come again?
I say he's swearing the people party.
No, they're not swear. I mean, if you see the context of the letter Grace wrote, I'm sure people there, other people have the same kind of context she had. There are people who may have gone there because of Grace, and they might not, if they don't see changes based on their own mindset politically for Liberia through the vehicle of CMC, they might leave. And most times in political organizations, even every organization, when you see departure occurring, you can just see it as just one person departing.
Right.
So they have to stand strong. Absolutely. To ensure that doesn't continue. Right. Yeah, but if they don't see how things happen, it might affect the organization. Like people living from there anyway, and it's not good. And let me just say one parable that I learned from one woman in Kolahu. The woman said the chief can wear a gown. The gown comes all the way to your wrist on your head. Every time that you hang your gown, you eat oil, touch your gown, you don't clean it, you hang the gown, the rat come and eat piece of it, you cut that piece from there, you say, oh no, the rat eat according to 1 part. The more you cut, when you cut onto the gown, reach it to your shoulder, you're not chief, and then we return to messenger. Because in our tradition, the messenger wears jacket to run. The gown is for the chief. But if you keep cutting, removing parts until it cut to your shoulder, then your position change now from chief to messenger. So let's keep our eyes open. We need to build Liberia. Liberia is the only country we have to build and make ourselves proud of.
Right. So two things stuck out of me, right? Mm-hmm. I heard Mr. Gayman saying, "Oh, I was up for the position today by the political leader."
The Constitution, Anthony. The Constitution.
Well,
that's what he said. According to the Constitution, that's his next in line.
So he can appoint without the executive committee?
No, you don't need an executive committee. That's the Constitution. The Constitution lay out the ascension.
Right.
Okay.
So when we had a meeting this morning, I told him that I would like to nominate somebody because I have a track record. When I was vice president for administration for EULA on a Woluba, we have sent Woluba to Bamako to the peace accord, and we got notice from Bamako that Mr. Woluba, the president of EULA, has submitted his resume to Charles Taylor. He wanted to join Charles Taylor's government, and the news got back to us. And as vice president for administration, I found that to be abhorrent. So I wrote the chairman of EULA for the president to be impeached and removed. And he was impeached and removed. And upon his removal, he said, Jerome Gayman wants to be president of EULA using the back door. And I stood up and I said, now that he has been removed, I will submit my resignation as Vice President for Administration because we have let down the Liberian people. We came here for transparency and accountability. If the president falls flat on his face by lying, that reflects the entire administration, and I think we should all resign to give Eula a facelift, and I quit, I resign that day. Same thing happening today.
So are you going to resign too?
You're not understanding what we are saying.
I just don't care.
I am consistent, not because
I'm joking.
Not because I initiate a constitutional review that removes my head doesn't mean that I should assent. This is what I'm saying. It would make sense.
I got your point.
It would make sense that they appoint somebody else who is neutral. That will move the
But I at that point it's not neutral when you recommending that person.
No, the reason I'm saying this is because this is somebody that everybody likes. She's a magnet. She works with everybody. She's liked by everybody. She's a manager, and she's well liked. Somebody that can bring people together. That's the kind of person you need. And you have to be objective. You know, as we all sit on here, we all bring something to the table here, but there's something that someone has that we all agree to, that this person is capable of bringing us and holding us together.
That's true.
That is true. And that's why when it comes to diplomatic relation, we always turn to Pewee, right? Because he's the diplomat or former diplomat, whatever the case may be.
Mr. Gayman, did you guys discuss about my Delaware brother for his outburst over the weekend or when that? Yeah, what the weekend?
Which one?
My Delaware brother, all the things he said about President Weah, the CDC, and then also Cummings and all of that, the one-on-one on spoon. Did you guys discuss?
You get a chance lit.
You get a chance lit. We already chewed that other go.
I think you're one of those people who sleep in church, and when the pastor says, "Who are going to hell?" you gotta put your hand. Oh, sit down. But yes, we discussed.
Yeah, let me just give my own opinion. I think our brother needs some help. And I think those of his friends that are on this platform that, you know, sometimes reserve, they comment on not trying to criticize him or all of that, they need to come up and talk to him. Right.
Yeah, but everybody, it was a consensus here that it's either two things, right?
Okay. So my final statement here is, to the brother, we don't care what he says at this point. He's not credible. He's overrated. Nobody trusts him anymore. He now put President Bouaga's medical record out. He has insulted President Bouaga. Whatsoever he says now about CDC and any other presidential candidate for that matter, we don't care. We don't care. So he can go ahead and serve his belly and say that's up to him. We don't care.
Wow. Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to get involved with the community talk here, we got 856-676-5136, 772-940-2871. If you are in Liberia,
seriously.
We should be off Truth FM, but Care Radio is there. So if you want to join us from Liberia, it's 231-777-649-986. You can join the conversation. But yes, we had a great conversation. We touched on all of these subjects. And yes, the interview that we are talking about, I didn't watch it, but someone sent me snippets of it.
Yeah,
I saw that.
I just listened to snippets of it.
And I listened to it, and I'm saying to myself, okay, the way I look at it from a PR standpoint is, listen, if you want to get back in the news, these are the things that you do to get back on the front pages of the paper. But I don't think it was meant to do anything. If Costa had talked about me or Johnny, nobody would be talking about it.
Yeah, I know, right?
He'd be punching down, like we say. But when you want to punch, you punch up. Why you want to go punch? You know, you talk about George Weah, you talk about Cummings, you talk about Joseph Bouaga. All of a sudden now, you know, you're on the front pages of all the papers. Right. It doesn't make sense.
The Liberian people are not stupid. They're not stupid. The Liberian people, they've gone over that. They're way ahead of that. They're not stupid anymore.
So here's the point I wanted to make before I received a phone call earlier when I was speaking, right? Mr. Gayman, let me just say this to you. And many Liberians will attest to this, right? When it comes to this young man called Costa, he will own it. During Madame Salif's time, Costa was kept in a little bubble because she was so sophisticated and understood all of his moves before he even make a move. He was so predictable by her. Costa blossomed on Wea and seizing the moment on Boakai. Costa understand the likes of Cummings. He would not blossom. He always preached about a better Liberia. If Costa truly want Liberian and his follower to have a chance to the economic power of Liberia, he will jump on the bandwagon of Mr. Cummings, who is promising living wage to police officers, to teachers, to healthcare workers, to civil servants. This we're talking about 25 to 30,000 people right off the bat. It will jumpstart the macroeconomy of Liberia. It will create job opportunity for people. It will create an opportunity for Liberians to start buying plots of land.
Robert is in the back. Oh, there
you
he
understand? Is. But he doesn't want that. What he wants is a chaotic, dysfunctional system where he can bully his way. Because if Costa want to compete, he will stay in the United States where he obtain a master's degree.
Thank you.
Enormous opportunities here where he can compete. Rabbi is competing here. I'm competing here. Timothy is competing here. Sarah is competing here. Mr. Gayman, you are competing here. Right? Why are we not running back there? We are all professionals here working in our very discipline, isn't it? He cannot do such thing here because he never worked in a well-functioning control system.
You hitting
bully his way. And that is the reason why he knows the caliber of Mr. Cummings. If you talk about corruption, you will not find anything on Mr. Cummings. You talk about character, you will not find anything bad on Mr. Cummings' character. If you talk about integrity, you will not find anything bad on Mr. Cummings. So guess what? All he needs to do is to scare voters away and say, listen, this guy will not help you. But if he does miraculously, quote unquote, according to him, becomes a president of Liberia, he will do well. Listen to him. If Mr. Cummings becomes president miraculously, he will do well. So Costa is definitely telling you, I don't want a man to do well because if he does well, my style of life, my character. When I tell people, say, oh, let's raise money so you can sponsor my court case, I won't give you any account of the money because that money can right in my pocket. The Liberian people raised 30,000 for Costa. He never gave the Liberian people an account of the money.
Wow.
No, the records are there. We raised $20,000 for his transmission. Nada, he didn't get any account of it. He's on record. His own videos out there on YouTube. Facebook deleting it now every 1 month, but YouTube is keeping it. And somehow have archived all these things. So guess what? He knows that right now, the pathway of Ellis Cummings becoming president of Liberia is inevitable. Nobody can stop it because guess what? Only Cummings himself can stop this opportunity. How? We have been tried. Boakai have been tried. Nothing absolutely have changed. The same struggling people, the people who saw struggling in 2016, 2017, they are still struggling today. Those same group of people still struggling from 2020 up to now, they're struggling. That life has not changed. Only thing that changed from Wea to Boakai. The corruption stay in Liberia. The joblessness stay in Liberia. The maljustice is still happening in Liberia. About violence, still happening in the country, right? So what has changed? Only the political head has changed. CDC president to UP president. That's the only thing that changed. So Liberian people understand this thing and say, listen, Mr. Cummings, don't come out here insulting his opponent, but give a clear contrast as to how you're going to move the country, giving a people living wage. Do you want a teacher who spent all of the time making his lesson plan, working on earlier in the morning, going to school, teaching all day, coming home, and getting on $150 US? That's a disservice to a public servant. That is an insult. Mr. Cummings said, you deserve better. A police officer who puts on the uniform with your sovereignty, Our national flag is our sovereignty. Our seal is our sovereignty. Our currency is our sovereignty. Our national anthem is our sovereignty. Our constitution is our sovereignty. This man is carrying the national flag on his shoulder and gets paid $150 US a month. It is a disservice to his service. It is an insult to his dedication to the nation. Mr. Cummings,
so I want to counter
you
that.
deserve a better living wage.
I want to. Can I get a few seconds just to counter?
Yeah, I'm coming. Sarah, real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Hold your thought there. You know, the press release from the executive mansion. We're talking about Honorable George here. This is sweeping change. We're talking about almost 18 appointments. The president has appointed. Minister of Lands and Mine, Deputy Minister of Lands, Assistant Minister of Lands and Mine. In Education, Thomas Mombo Parker, Deputy Minister for Planning, Research and Development. Oscar Gunter, former Assistant Minister. The National Commission on Higher Education, Minister of Gender. He got 3 there. The Airport Authority, the president accepted the resignation of Chairman of the Board, Honorable Masakwa Kamara, and have directed the retirement of Managing Director, Honorable Jeremiah Mensko. Okay? On health reason, the following new appointments have been made at LAA. From LAA, the Civil Engineering Service, you're talking about Liberian Immigration Service, NASCAR, the Judiciary. Pewee, this is huge.
When I told you, I said the first phase. He said no, the reach over the first phase.
This is about 80.
Mr. Gayman, can I say my
go ahead. Go to it. This is breaking news.
What I say with regards to what Anthony said is that a lot of times we've heard all of these beautiful things. Every political party that comes on board that wants to ascend to leadership, they say all of the beautiful things to our people. TDC daily, UP daily, and now we are hearing about Mr. Cummings. I have no problem with Mr. Cummings. I think he's a professional man. I think he could do a great job. But my thing is, when people want to get to power, they say the things that the voters want to hear. And then at the end of the day, when they get there, it's a different ballgame. United Party, now as we speak, promised the Liberian people harmonization. They said that the CDC government, brought their salaries down, they did this, they did that. So their harmonization, they cannot reverse. And a lot of other things they promised, the people children will not be in the street. A lot of the people children are still in the street. The people children will go to good schools, and even keke riders will only be using the keke to go to work, no jobs. So it's good. It's good to say all of these beautiful things. It is nice to the ear. It's very nice for us to hear it. But time and again has shown us that these are just rhetorics. These are just things that people want to say to come to power. When they get there, it's a different ballgame. And that's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
She implicated
so, Sarah, is that the case with TDC too?
No, please, Johnny, before
well,
we are on the radio.
TDC did accomplish some of that things.
No, hold on. We are on the radio.
Accomplish some of that thing. Yeah, they said
no problem, Sis Sarah. So, with all due respect, Sis Sarah, if you look at Boakai and look at Weah and look at Cummings, Liberia has 2 major problems today: economic issue and drug issue. Who has the economic pedigree to move our nation today? Between Boakai, Weah, and Cummings, the record is clear. The man who have managed over 65 billion with no
we got all of facts for that.
Hold on. When you're speaking,
you're not count with a pedigree again.
No. Hold on. So Liberia's problem today is
Fatima came with a pedigree.
No, hold on.
Again.
Fatima lied to the people. She doesn't have an urban development skill set.
Oh Lord.
I can read a blueprint. I'm a data infrastructure engineer. Microsoft did not hire me or contracted me if I didn't know how to do those things. I challenged Fatima if she can read a blueprint of a city and tell me how high the power line has to be away from the telephone line. If she can tell me that, Google will not tell you that. Because when she answers the Google way, I'll ask her another question after that. I can look at carry MCC license and OSHA license as well, right? So again, I can tell you for a fact, she doesn't have what she told the Liberian people. There is 2
forget about her now. topic. Forget about her.
No, hold on. No, because on the radio, and people gotta know this.
No, but let me say something, right?
The time going, the time.
No, on a serious note, I learned this today from Claire. Political appointment has no academic requirement. So anybody they point you to, except I think only education, health, and justice, I think. But
we are not talking.
So you're not supposed to. No,
listen. I want to respect for it.
I'll tell you that. Yes.
I want to respect and disagree. This position is a no. Hold on now. Hold on.
No, brother.
Hold on. Let me give a distinction. This position is a technical role. No. I'm not talking about a degree. I'm talking about having a technical know-how in the field. She doesn't have what it takes to be an urban development deputy minister. She doesn't
help. I think justice and I think a few ministries are
off. So listen now, we shouldn't fool the Liberian people here. In urban development.
But Anthony, Fatima is qualified for that job. Did that time because she slept?
No, she is not qualified.
What are you talking about?
And yes, what? Yeah, her concentration in healthcare. No, hold on now. Give me the chance, right? Yeah, her qualification in healthcare. In that behavioral health, there is urban behavioral health and suburban behavioral health. Those that live in the urban city.
If they bring that position, it's part of the position, and the requirement for that job, it doesn't want you saying what that. Nothing. It says you require to
no.
do that job.
You talking about city planning? Has she planned a city before? Does she understand the city ordinance?
Okay, Robert.
Does she have city ordinance experience? She doesn't.
Let me go to Robert here. Robert.
But let me get back to
the bell not ring. The bell rang. You're not over talking for 2 minutes.
Got the money interrupted me.
Let me Mr. Gayman.
Yeah, the money interrupted me.
Land where?
Let me just conclude. He came back again.
Yeah, how many land you gonna land now?
Let me conclude my
statement.
Okay, let me conclude my statement.
No, land, not conclude.
Okay. So here's the point I'm making here. Mr. Cummings is about to create what we do not have currently in Liberia, which is the middle class. President George he did not.
You get letter you say about to create. Yeah, he get letter first. Don't say about to create.
Premier leader man.
Let
me
Mr. Cummings you're not interrupting now. Mr. Cummings is offering the distinction between all the other candidates. Your candidate, President Weah at the time, did not create jobs for the Liberian people, was not able to create a middle class for the Liberian people. He met the people rich and poor, he left them rich and poor.
But he did build proper houses for them.
Sarah,
stop doing this thing now. Mr. Gayman, I have to be protected.
Can I ask a question so you can proceed?
No,
can I ask a question?
Right now. Hold your peace.
I want to ask you, how long does it take to build a middle class?
I can't protect you outside the ring. You been outside the ring 2 minutes ago.
Okay, listen.
How long does it take to create a middle class? How long does it take to create a middle class?
Don't leave it, man.
To create a middle class, it takes about.
How long it take to create a middle class? How many years? How many years?
3 years.
That's not true.
Yes, it is true.
That's not true. That's not true.
No. Let me tell you something.
Anyway, go ahead.
If you have 25 to 30,000 people who pay great leaves from 150 to 300 and 400, and from receiving 12 paychecks in a year to receiving 26 paychecks in a year. Why? Because they will not be getting paid every month. They will get paid bi-weekly. That's 26 paychecks in 1 year, as compared to the 12 paychecks that they're getting right now. And plus the incentive will have increased, so that purchasing power will increase as well. So that businesses will boom, because what? People can afford to buy. Right now, when they reduce rice price, the men who have no job, who have no income, that price reduction does not serve him any good, because he has zero job. But when the men have a job that pays him a little bit better, the price reduction serves him good. That is the reality.
You gotta recuse yourself when it comes to Fatima.
What?
You just heard what you just saw what we just played.
What is it? Fatima wants it. Fatima, my sister. Fatima, my good friend. I don't criticize from Fatima. I criticize.
Listen, I got somebody.
No, but you say you are a crush.
Maybe the lady was just joking.
But man, you can't let it, man. I'll be on the show now. I gotta talk before the other man call in. He won't
Who you working on, Rouse?
Okay,
Robert,
go ahead. Robert, go ahead.
Yeah, Kehleboe one thought you gotta come on the show. You can't be calling.
It was why
Okay, so wait, how many minutes for Robert? How many minutes for Robert?
Robert.
How many minutes for Robert? How many minutes?
Everybody.
Start
Okay.
after he speaks for 2 minutes. Go ahead, Robert. Robert, there's a conspiracy here against you, but just go ahead and talk.
I can't.
Because the man started the clock before you even start talking.
I can feel it. But I'm enjoying the conversation. You know, a lot of time we don't let Anthony talk. Let the man talk. The man can.
Imagine, Robert. Imagine you're defeated.
No, gentlemen, Robert, your time is running now. I give you 3 minutes time running, Robert.
Just imagine if Anthony had won. Just imagine if he had won. Nobody, that cloud will break. Go ahead, Robert.
I enjoy him. But listen, I think I have a different opinion than Anthony when it comes to Heron Costa. Listen, you cannot deny the fact, even if you disagree with his politics, that Costa is one of the best articulated very strategic radio talk show host. He understands the airwave, and he understands how to get people. He understands how to make headlines, and I thought he was excellent yesterday. Excellent in the sense that, you know, he did not hold back punches, as compared to when he appeared on the show a few weeks ago. He held back. Punches. And so yesterday, I thought he was. I didn't watch the full thing. I kind of got glimpses that was sent to me, but I thought he was excellent. My only confusion is that not only did he make the case and reiterated what Comey said when he talked about not much has changed or nothing has changed, he also made the case effectively for the opposition political party, in the sense that he talked about all of the dysfunctionality that's going on at the executive mansion. He talked about the yellow machine, and how that yellow machine was nothing but an attempt to find a reason to it was fake. It was a fake news, right? And so, he talked about the justice ministry. He talked about all of these different key areas. He talked about the drug. He called on the dismissal of a lot of people. He talked about the former the president, Mr. Grispe. He talked about all of these different areas. All of these areas are key areas in the functionality of government. And I believe that the success of the president depend on the delivery of his senior officials in all of these key areas. And so I started to think, if Hiram Kosa believes that these guys have not performed at the level in which they were expected to perform, and now they have to be dismissed, then what does that say about the results? I mean, we saw what happened today at the exec mansion. You see all of these reshuffling, which is good. But what can we take away from these reshuffling? If Sylvester was appointed in a position, and after 2 years, Sylvester's performance shows that he is doing what he was supposed to do, I'm sure Sylvester would not be dismissed. If Sylvester were, if the Justice Ministry were performing, and all of these different guys were performing, you will see that through the tangibles and the success of this government after 2 years. But when it's the opposite of that, then what does that say? It says that not much has been done to show tangibles and to show success, to show changes in all of these key areas. So I thought what he did was reiterated in real time what Cummings meant by when he said nothing has changed. He also said something about all of what has happened or what is going on in this government, had he been close to the president in government, none of these things would be happening. This also speaks again to the dysfunctionality of what's happening based on these appointments. So when Comey said nothing has changed, I think what Heron Costa did was yesterday was to say, I believe Comey's, because the president would be happy with his appointments. The president, and not just the president, Heron Costa would have been happy with these appointments because in real time, these appointments are delivering results that reflects the arrest agenda and the success of the Liberian people. It has not done that. What I found troubling is his attempt to distance the president from the failures of his lieutenant. In Liberia, the president literally controls damn near everything. It was based on the president's wisdom, with his 40 years of experience, his age, the Liberian people felt like we needed someone who had not only the experience but the wisdom. Even though some of us disagreed, we saw what he did as chairman of the CPP. Which raised red flags for a lot of us. So we didn't believe in his leadership ability. We didn't believe in his ability to call the shots. But as president of Liberia, Joseph Boakai can literally do whatever he wants to do. That means if Joseph Boakai was serious about corruption, corruption would have been fought. Prosecution would have been made. That means if Joseph Boakai was serious about driving keke, that means he would have driven keke or perhaps spend $40,000 and not $500,000. That means if Joseph Boakai was serious about the economy, he would have not picked a more political choice. He would have made a more merit-based choice, right? Finding someone who understood the economy, who did not necessarily support Joseph Boakai. That means if Joseph Boakai was serious about all of the things Joseph Boakai talked about, he would have made those appointments based on merits, right? He calls the shot. For Heron Costa to attempt to find reason to have all of these key appointees dismissed, yet and still attempt to distance the president and speak so highly of his intelligence and his wisdom, I found that to be very contradicting. You cannot say that Mama ability took a letter and basically coerced the president to sign a letter that the president did not want to sign. You cannot say that all of what has happened so far is being done because the president does not agree with it. The president called the shot. Those around the president are there to give the president advice. The president is supposed to take all of the different advice that is given to him, analyze them, and say, you know what? I don't think this is in the best interest of the Liberian people. I don't think this aligns with my own agenda as president of Liberia. But if the president goes along with all of these things, how can you blame those guys, the lieutenants, and not blame the general? The buck begins and stops with the general. The buck starts and ends with President Boakai. If his lieutenant has failed, then Joseph Boakai has failed. So I thought that he really gave the opposition ammunition, right? You can literally take most of what Costa said yesterday and turn them into a campaign message. That yes, indeed, Joseph Boakai, right, is not the president of the country. Joseph Boakai is just there as an image. He is not the one who's calling the shot. Essentially, that's what he said. He is not the one who's making critical decisions on economic matters, on security matters, on all of these things, all of the embarrassment according to Heron Costa. He is not the one who is calling these shots. Other folks are calling the shots. And because it's not Joseph Boakai who's calling the shots, Joseph Boakai cannot be blamed. And if that's the case, then I think if I was in the house, the lower upper house, I would be calling to review the president's capability of actually continuing his job as president. It calls into question the president's mental and physical and intellectual fitness to continue the presidency because we did not elect Mama Kakaba. We did not elect the justice minister. We did not elect all of those that Henry Costa blamed and has called for that dismissal. The Liberian people did not elect these people. We elected Joseph Boakai, Joseph Yumar Boakai. He was the one we elected. He's on payroll. So if these folks are the one calling the shots, then to me, as a Liberian, that's worrisome. So I thought that in an attempt to exonerate the president, what he actually did was he brought to question the wisdom of the president. He brought to question the intellect of the president. He brought to question the experience of the president. And for me, I don't think that's a good look for this government. And lastly, I know I've been talking too much. I know Sylvester coming call me to order. Lastly, on the
No, you got 9 minutes now. You got 9 minutes.
Lastly,
no man, it ain't no
9 minutes.
But you're
Oh,
taking live.
why you triggering Garguah
why
like
you doing that? Not even 4 minutes. But lastly on the comments, lastly on the comment situation, on the comments thing, I think that it was unfair.
How y'all counting for ya?
Exactly. I think it was unfair. Cummings, I think everyone understands that Cummings is an excellent choice. I think he would be a great leader. And I agree, when it comes to the economy, any president can appoint an economist. Any president can appoint an economist. You don't necessarily have to be, your strength don't necessarily have to be in these areas that are considered top priority right now, right?
Yep.
I think what we've done is we have not reached out to our greatest of minds, and to deliver what we want to deliver as far as our leaders are concerned. But I think it adds to his advantage to understand the economy, and to also understand, based on what his strengths are, to understand, listen, this is the kind of the technocrat that I need to perform on that level. And he has first-hand experience. So there's nothing wrong with that. But everyone knows that you don't have to agree with the man politics to understand that Cummings will make an excellent president. And you can't say it. He can never be president in this country. I will not. I'm not God. Coastal is not God. You can't say that. Anything can happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Pewee. Pewee, in our Republican parlance, the way Mr. Anthony Gay spoke, he said that Cummings can create a Liberian middle class within a year or two. We will call that voodoo economics. How do you?
No, I meant 5 to 10 years, man. I meant 5 to 10 years.
We're talking about decades. They may talking about 10 years. That's what we call the voodoo economics. You just going to go to FOIA, you do your medicine, woo.
But the same thing I was saying, somebody
it is feasible within 5 to 10 years. Come on.
Pewee, go
ahead. You got 5 million people. You won't get 200 million people. You got 5 million people.
Pewee, don't listen to the voodoo economics.
You know, sometimes I listen to Anthony, the exuberance can be there sometimes. You know, when you have all it, sometimes I would love for him to have some appreciation of how bureaucracy function and where the country is now. To just come in and say, okay, you want to come and create the middle class. They will pay bi-weekly. It can be very easy to say, right? Very, very easy to say. Listen, we do have. We have a kind of a cash-based economy that we run. And the system in the country is that you have to, what you collect in terms of revenue, is then you collect the money before you apply it, right? It's not here, it's credit-based and other things. So listen, to even start paying that time in the country is going to be very difficult. It will need years for the country to move. To start doing that, the economy will have to be perfectly, smoothly moving to even do that one. That is not possible. For now, to just move and say, oh, this is what you're going to do with TP this time. No. But part of the issue about even moving to say you would just take the civil servants, those in those major sector areas, the classroom teacher, the health workers, and pay them $400 to $500, the security apparatus. It's not a small feat, my dear brother. So if you have not sat around that, you just want to come and say, even the $150, so the government found it very tough in paying civil servant salary at that point on time. And that's one of the reasons that it would drag on the more we have to end. The country doesn't, I think you can start from there. There's no president that will come and just say you will do that, you pay that. According to what you say, I can hear you exuberantly stating the living minimum wage and all of things. You think other government don't want to do those things? Now, the pay structure we have around, it was the weird time, I think, Ellen brought it down. It came almost almost $26 to $30 million, $28 to $30 million. The government wage bill monthly. The government wage bill monthly. Try to think about that. So it's a difficult thing, and our internal revenue collection base is not sufficient to push the country across. We stay operating on a budget below $1 billion. So listen, I would agree that Mr. Cummings may have other tactics, other means that he will move into trying to raise the country revenue base to an appreciable amount that will spread across. But to just immediately start, no government going to do that. But I understand sometimes we say it so in a passionate way that we get the line. He may have some very serious commitment to transform the country. But I wouldn't, if I were to join Mr. Cummings to canvass for him, I wouldn't be of that mindset to note that Mr. Cummings
be realistic.
To change the.
Pewee, can I ask you a question while you're still on the floor?
Go ahead.
Great. You know, sometimes when we talk, you know, people say because you never worked in government.
Ask the question.
Okay, good. So, Pewee, many of the revenue collected today in Liberia are not reaching government covers because of the way they are collected. Yes, why? When you collect cash, physical cash, liquidity in your hand, it's very tempting. When you go to foreign, and you take your ministry where you work, you have very good experience in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, which is the only place you can get your passport today in Liberia. When you go to pay for your passport and pay for express service, $100, you're supposed to receive your passport the same day. Guess what they do? They take your money and tell you to get your passport in 1 week. The government get $50. They get at $50. They give you regular service. Zero way of the government now. We have technology today. When
I think you're asking a question. Let me just end here because you said let me end on that.
When Kenya launched M-Pesa, there was only 38 bank branches across the nation. Today there are 43,000 M-Pesa kiosks across Kenya, and it has helped the economy because physical cash has got it out of the hands of people, and mobile money transfer becomes the way of the country. We can do same in Liberia. Why can't we do that to collect revenue adequately?
Let me
and buttress the government cover.
And stay. You are heavily mistaken here and trying to misinform the public, if not misinforming yourself also. Let me state this: there's no way, even at the level of if you went to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and you want to do process your passport in an expedited form.
Yes,
you have to go and pay. Now listen, you don't give money to people. And if you ever did that, ever, I mean, I don't know why you went through. There is the banking system that we have, and that money is going directly into the consolidated account. So banking system will have to bank. If you have due to pay for the expedited aspect of your passport, you pay now the amount. Kenya administration, they brought the amount down. It's no longer $100. It's $80 now.
Yes, I know. At the time,
if you are in the country, it's $80. You go and pay the $80, and they have the expedited form that you will fill. And let me bring us back here. They say, okay, if it's 2 years, if express is 1 day, listen, sometimes it's due to other printing thing, but it can be. It's not more than 1 week. Maximum you get your passport is two to 3 days, and you get your passport.
Okay, Pewee.
Pewee, gentlemen, let me say, I have to leave you guys quickly. Thank you guys for the show. I will join you guys tomorrow. Thank you.
Okay. You said we cannot afford it. Right now, we have 11. You said we cannot afford paying people $300, but today, as we speak, from 2024 to now, there is a $11.8 million that have been allocated to lawmakers who already have a fat salary, quote-unquote legislative projects.
Let me say this.
Before JMB, it was $30,000.
So, Anthony, what I'm understanding from you is that Cummings will cut waste in order to make room for some of these.
Absolutely.
Let me say this.
Is number one thing.
As I said from the get-go, first and foremost, I need to clarify that because I serve at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I know what is not happening. I wouldn't let you say that. So there's no money going to anybody. Say take $50. No, that's not true. The money is going directly into the consolidated account to the bank. If you pay, you receive your flat receipt, and the flat receipt. That's two options you have. You go through your regular and you go through the expedited service. The regular is $40, and the expedited service is $80. If you are in the country. If you are outside the country, if you are in the country, if you are outside the country, many don't recall, many of passports are expired, that's a different fee. So all the money goes, but let me say this.
We don't have 100% government.
Let's see, but let the man land.
I will have a time to come back.
Even here in the US, if you are processing passport, they have expedited and regular. The expedited time was spent between 2 to 3 weeks, they told you. You see, we want to, it's just like the way how people do things in the country, but I think we try to do the best. You, if you're applying for your US passport, you are a US citizen, you're applying for it. If you're going to expedite it, it's between 3 to 4 weeks, they will say expedited. If you're going through the regular service, they
have a next day. If you have an itinerary, they have a next day service.
So that is the line you have to. So Liberia, the expedited service, is that taking 1 day, but it says so now the higher will go 2-3 days, you get your passport. And that is excellent. Even if you're collecting revenue for all the other sides, to just start and say you pay all the civil servants, the security people, the teachers, the health workers, you only start at that pace. Trust me. And it's a different reality if you are in the executive mansion, then you appoint your Minister of Finance, and he go and do a revision of the budget, come back and say, Mr. President, we can pay these people the way. We have to try gradually to see what is the revenue base of the country. You have to see what you are collecting. Our internal revenue collection base, we stay struggling. So we have to seek partnership. We know a leader. Now, do I say this to doubt his ability to transform the country? If Mr. Cummings were to come back or move to election and win the elections, is there any capacity from his perspective to do a lot of things to transform the country? Of course, absolutely. But the way we want to consider it from the get-go, it's not going to be that way. You have to initiate a lot of other policy changes. Now, if you want to cut from fraud, waste, and abuse in other areas, as you want to state, that will have to come from a concerted agreement. Those guys are lawmakers. And the problem in our country is the same today that's unfolding here. They've got a lot of power themselves. So if you cannot cooperate or coordinate with them, they're going to storm most of the government activities. So it is difficult for you to just say you only do the president does not willingly accept for lawmakers to take this amount or take that amount. They aggregate it onto themselves. And if those things are unfolding, and then what do you expect? So Cummings can come to be president today. The president will have to take some time to move this middle class thing. It's just now if you are to tell me we'll come
but Pewee,
other things.
If I may, Pewee, right?
No, 1 minute, I'm coming to you. Let me make this clear, right? The reason most of our leaders fail is, and I want people to listen to this, is that people overpromise. For instance, I just pulled up the document here and say for countries to build a middle class, it takes decades. And it says here, however, some countries like China and India, the two countries that have developed middle class, right? Mm-hmm. The two things that made them to develop that, first of all, a high quality of educated folks. That when the job creation comes, you have people who can do the job. Because the job now that we are talking about, an illiterate society like Liberia may not be able to do even the apprenticeship you're talking about, because they are not ready for it. They are not literate enough. And second, it says here, India and China, they were able to expand significantly to a projected and maintain an economic growth between 20 and 30% over a decade. 20 to grow your economy, 20 to 30%. We are talking about 2-3% here. If you were talking about minimum 20 to 30% over a decade,
and you have the population of India and the population of
no, they are talking about
China.
No, but you still don't have the educated class. Let's say what's boosting India and all of these places. Let's talk about the call centers, right?
Yes.
These major call centers that create thousands of jobs at one site. First of all, you need constant electricity.
Thank you.
Yeah. You need internet, reliable internet service, and then you need the people who are educated to do those jobs. Those things happen gradually.
Yeah, but in the call center, you don't need a person with a master's degree of PhD.
No, but you need literacy. That's what I'm talking about.
A high school student who speaks proper English in 6 weeks, can be trained on that script to handle calls, and then you have tiers. Tier 1, tier 2, tier 3.
That's just one of the jobs that we are talking about. What other job that people were talking about?
Another job that can happen for Liberia is factory, right?
Yeah, but that's what they're saying. They're not doing factory anymore.
Yeah, when you have a factory, a person may be letter on letter. They can work on the assembly line. You don't need a degree to work on the assembly line. But in other capacity, you may need certain skill set to work there. The fact that everybody always said we don't have the education. Look, Liberia.
What factory you need some of the factory that
good. Right now, let me take for example. A Nike sneakers in China cost Nike $1.50 to manufacture that sneakers. If that sneaker should be manufactured in the United States, it will cost them $15. That same sneakers can be manufactured in Liberia for $1 or 50 cents.
Why you think they chose China over all the other places?
Because of mass production. No country in the world today can outpace China in mass production, in shortest time and quality production. Even India cannot put foot with China, so that one don't even go there.
Those are the two countries they are talking about. They're not even talking about anybody else.
You understand? So even the great United States not on China level when it comes to mass production. So, but it doesn't mean that Liberia that have Maritime that have the cheapest tariff on the international water, we need to make Liberia attractive for industrialization. And how do you do that? You must address electricity issues like you mentioned. You can't run a call center in Liberia. Liberia have a good climate type, like a data center can be built in Liberia once we have the electricity, because our country will be able to maintain the data center at a lower cost than for a data center to be put in Ivory Coast or Nigeria or Ghana. You understand? Labor will be cheap in Liberia and people can come to our country. But the way you do that is to have the infrastructure. If you look at the communist plan, you always interrupt.
No, I'm not. I just want to bring you to a point of information. Pewee, I'm looking at the data here. It says China was able to do this because their literacy rate is 97%+, 97%. And India is 81% literacy rate. So almost anything is possible in these countries. What is the literacy rate of Liberia?
48%.
Okay. So you're not even half of what some of these folks are talking about.
Yeah, so, but Mr. Gayman, you're moving the goalpost.
No, we're not moving the goalpost.
No, I'm telling you, Mr. Gayman.
If you want to look for investors, right? There are things that investors look for. First of all, is your workforce. How literate is your workforce? If your workforce is not literate, nobody going to take that kind of. It's considered a high risk investment.
Yeah, but hold on here, Mr. Gayman. Mr. Gayman, you jumping the gun, right?
I'm not jumping the gun. I'm just
okay. Hold on. You're talking about a country that India now is the #1 populated country. Second to India is China. They kind of flipped it of recent, right?
That's correct.
So Liberia is 5.6 million people. We don't have over 1 billion people in Liberia, right? So we're not going to build a factory that takes 1 billion people, but we can build a factory that takes 2,000 people. You understand? We have rubber plantation in our country when we have 0 factory for tire. You cannot manufacture car tire without the raw material of rubber mixed with any other thing. Even when you make synthetic rubber, it have bad accident rates. That's why most people go with raw rubber. You understand? So we have rubber in the country. When we have a factory, it will create more jobs and it will give people a career path.
But those things will not be done immediately.
No, listen, I'm saying something here. Another thing that Mr. Gayman is looking here.
Mr. Gay is swimming against the tide.
No. Mr. Gayman.
Even doing any of those jobs, you have safety concerns that also require people to be literate. Even when you're doing manual labor, you will be doing a common measurement.
Mr. Gayman, listen here.
You don't have.
You're talking to a guy who taught safety.
You have to.
Hold on, Mr. Gay.
No, but Mr. Gay.
Yeah.
Mr. Gay.
But you're not
you are swimming against the tide. You are swimming. Let's move.
No, the thing is, Anthony, we have to be realistic. We can just come over here.
Let me say this. This is why first and foremost, let me say this
is why Joseph Boakai is now having problem, because when you come out and make these kind of wild claims, then can't produce. You cannot create a middle class.
You gotta be realistic.
No, listen here, Mr. Gayman. Is it possible for Liberia to pay teachers $300 US? The answer is yes. Immediately it can happen. We already have with. Look at the central bank government pay. He gets $10,000 US in cash, $7,000 US in cash for allowance, $5,000 US in cash for housing allowance.
That is just a drop in the bucket. You're talking about that.
No. Listen here.
You don't have.
When we go across government.
Listen, the folks are saying for you to create a middle class, your economy has to grow between 20 and 30%. Your economy growing at 1 or 2%. There's no way.
The reason why but Mr. Gayman, did you do your research on why our economy is not growing?
Yes.
Why is it?
You don't have any investors. You don't have any investment. You are in the extractive industry.
So
nobody that does well.
Before a company, a good company, not corrupt company, a good company can come to your country. They want to see, do you have a president and a justice system and electricity in your country that they can trust?
And you're going to do all that in 1 year.
The first thing Mr. Cummings said in the first 6 months, all consignment that in the country will be reviewed.
And Joseph Boakai said the same thing?
No, please. Cummings has a track record that Joseph Boakai doesn't have.
What track record does he have running the country?
That Joseph Boakai doesn't have.
What track record he has of running a country?
First and foremost, when you ask a question like that, then I have to answer it in this manner. Running a country and running the multi-billion-dollar corporation with multiple functions, 200 countries
totally different.
It's not different. It is not different.
The private sector is totally different from the public sector. Totally different.
No. Mr. Gayman.
Okay.
You are great. No, listen here. Are you saying as great as you are in your leadership, when you go to government and you're giving your ministry, you will not deliver?
You know why I'm successful here?
I'm asking you, you will not deliver?
I don't think so if I don't have the support system.
Okay. So how Cummings is not going as a minister? Cummings will make sure that he provide a support system to the university, provide a support system to the police, provide a support system to all the different ministries. He's not going as a minister.
Now you're really making no sense now.
Wait a minute, I'm not making no sense. He's going to be the president. He will not provide support system to his ministry.
To build a system that you are talking about, it will take decades.
No, it won't take decades. It will take some years, but not decades. Look, Mr. Gayman, first and foremost, let's be honest here. The money is in the country. Do we have to buy a vehicle for our lawmaker every 3 years? Do we have to do that?
Even if you didn't buy a vehicle, your total GDP, your budget is $800 million. $800 million alone cannot do any of those things you're talking about.
And Mr. Cummings in 2017 on the debate stage, Mr. Cummings talked about the national budget should be at least $2 to $3 billion United States dollars. He talked about
how the hell do you do that? How?
Mr. Gayman,
good. And because he has the expertise in that area, he will deliver in that area.
And Mr. Gayman, that's one of the reasons why when the conversation reached a level, and I said 2 to 1. When he would carry 2 to, you even get it for $1 billion. I'm talking about 2 to 3.
2 to 3 billion.
But Mr. Gayman, Mr. Pewee, let me ask you this question.
To take our budget to $3 billion,
what will it do? What will it do?
It will take, maybe he will take a whole first term, if possible the second term, before he starts taking the $3 billion.
To even get $1 billion.
Let me say this.
First of all, it is feasible. He's not the first person who talked about that.
Let me say this to you first and foremost. Now, no one stated here, and I mean, you have a lot of time. You really talking today, but it's just like when you in the spirit of talk, you talk things on that's far from the reality. But no one said that it's not feasible. Okay. No one said it's not feasible. But the way you would just come and say that Cummings are going to be is Cummings president today, probably you just bring $2 billion and put it in the budget.
I didn't say that though.
Start putting the police, they paying, they have work on this. Listen, you need to understand what first and foremost you have to do. You have to see the revenue capacity of the country. For now, we don't have much, and that's one of the reasons, part of the reason what I said just now, that it is not impossible. The feasibility aspect of it is feasible. But to do that, you need to have a balanced country moving forward, and then you create the business climate in the country that will pull in a lot of investment.
Mm-hmm.
If you have a lot of investment in the country, yes, there's some possibility that we can start pushing our budget, because the internal revenue base of the country alone, we are projecting around maybe $600 million.
Maximum 700 million, yeah.
So we push it up to others, and then to other extended support from the EU and other things coming in will make that amount. Basically, that's why we are close now to $700-800 million. My point here is that, and then other loopholes we have, we can seal those loopholes, and there's a possibility that the budget envelope, it may just increase if we close some of those things. The area of real estate, we have to tap into that. We can create more revenue from those areas. We don't pay more. Many of our people that own real property in the country, they are not paying much taxes to the country. We can make use of those areas also. We can tap into other. But the point that to create a middle class in Liberia, it will have to take. Look, the country is backward to the extent that it will take some protracted period of time.
I tell you,
we need to put into place some policy
and the leader that is
measure
to make
policy
it happen.
measure to do those things. And you're right, leader that should be very intentional, and that will allow those policy prescriptions be applied, no matter who is doing what or so. So that's part of that. Those policy prescriptions will have to come in a way that will be applied and will conform to changing times. It will have to conform to changing times. Then you start to do those things. Then you have to promote the agricultural sector. The agricultural sector is the wealth creating sector. That sector creates a lot of ability to bring more money to the country, to the economy. So you tap into some of those areas. Tourism, as Mr. Comey himself can emphasize.
Yep.
You create some opportunity in tourism. But because if you have to listen, a brave leader, and as he said, intentional leader can push towards a lot of things done. And that's why you need a concerted approach. You're not going to be a one lone soldier doing a concerted approach. But you can hold the bull by the horn as the leader of the country to take some leap that will be extraordinary in terms of helping to structure those policies. And it's important because if we put those things to play gradually, we say, okay, now we have to cut down some other unnecessary expenditure in government. What are those expenditures? You come back and say, okay, those government officials that will not travel in the period of the first 2 years, we only limit on those officials that are bringing some level of positive impact to the country. Because it's obvious that certain government officials will have to travel despite you are government.
Absolutely. You have some of them have to travel, some of them don't have to travel. Yes, I agree with that part.
You have to clearly state that, yes, the Minister of Finance will travel. The Minister of Foreign Affairs will always have to travel. And other ministries that if it is required, then they travel. But foreign travel will have to now be exclusively. Every government will say it. The we are government came and said, okay, they're going to be monitored by the office of the president, but still there were some leakages, right? But you have to mend that and ensure that foreign travel will have to be approved by the office of the president if required. Then
and Pewee, to that light, Mr. Government spoke about fiscal discipline. Government spending money within their own space.
Everybody uses that. Listen,
my man, hold on here.
No, but listen.
You know what I just said?
When you use those kinds of words, then
but Pewee, when you work around a person who practices that thing, then you have
listen.
You know when Mr. Cummings was on spoon, he talked about The money we're supposed to spend, we spend it, and we decide not to spend again. And people say, "Oh, I thought you're supposed to be having money." He said, "We have some kind of fiscal discipline put in place."
Mr. Gay, can you listen? That's a buzzword that everybody uses. Fiscal discipline. What does it mean? Somebody talk about tourism. I live in Florida, the home of tourism. First of all, to have effective tourism, you need to get to where you want to go. The Sapo National Forest that is the world renowned. How do you get there? Your airport, they just talked about it. It is so substandard and below everything that it's not even safe to fly there. So how do you launch this massive tourism we're talking about without building $1 billion airport and getting the transport system, road network to get you from point A to point B? These people say these things. And when you nail them to the nitty-gritty, the system is not there. For them to say, let's walk or let's crawl and then walk, they just say we'll start running. First day.
No, Mr. Cummings talked about
we're gonna hit the ground running.
Mr. Cummings spoke about ecotourism. What ecotourism means, we don't have the 5-star hotel, we don't have the glamorous stuff, but we have.
You still got to get there.
Yeah, listen now. We have a natural habitat that you can come to. The Blue Lake is a natural habitat. You come there, right? You see how it look like, and you can get in buggy to get there. Fine. The Liberian airport today don't have any public transport system. None. You understand? Those things will be put in place. We have another ministry that have been in a long time ago.
What do you mean it's going to be put in place? You don't even have money to pay your people. You can't even pay $1 billion. You're talking about you're going to put an airport in place. Airport alone need $1 billion.
No. I said public transport. I said no. Again, when people speak something,
where's the public transport? Where?
Right, Anthony?
Public transport from the airport to the city. You don't have it right now. Only Liberia, the country Liberia, don't have a public transportation system from the airport to the city. All other countries have it.
So you're going to build the airport. You're going to build.
We're not building airport.
So
you already have an airport. You need a transportation system.
So how you going to? Even you and myself, most Liberians now have decided.
That one is doable. That one they can do.
It is doable.
But listen, Sarah, most Liberians have decided, including me, I'm not going to land to Liberia in the night. I look for a flight that will land in the day because the airport.
But when coming there, the airport will be light up. Trust me.
There you go again. So where you getting all this money from? Where is it coming from? We need the numbers. You can't listen. You have to say the first thing you need to do is work on our education system.
No, the first thing is electricity, not education system. It's electricity.
Yes, guys, listen. We've been here for 3 hours. Those of you who just coming.
Yeah.
Let's wrap up on this and move on so we can close. But again, we are talking about the nation. One thing I gotta give Joseph Walker credit. Under George Weah, my government, I never saw changes like I'm seeing. Pewee, you were in government, so maybe correct me. But I never saw this much changes. And some others were saying you have to.
What kind of changes? Not be specific.
The movement of people.
Movement of government officials in the government.
Like today, he took out what? You took out 9, he put in 18. I mean, 9 permanent folks. Now, we're not talking about regular folk. We're talking about Clinton.
They get money to pay all the people there.
and like Tomalin just said, the Port Authority guy is on the hot seat. Mamaka Kamara is on the hot seat. They moved them. They were supposed to fly.
I mean, those are all commendable, though. That's right.
Yes.
All commendable.
You got. I mean, nothing is working. That's not changing.
Something is going on. When people feel too comfortable in their spot, they are complacent. You saw what Zoga Wilson did here. Okay, 6 years.
But with all of that, he still need to tell who building the villas in for you.
But that's what we are saying. People are asking questions and they're going to be answered. And now, based on what I saw with the Garcia thing, I think what I'm seeing over there, it doesn't look like a presidential palace. To me, it looked more like a the rehabilitation center for prisoners. Because those things, those little villas you saw, that's not presidential palace.
I know. That's true. It doesn't
I won't be surprised that the U.S. is building that to store the prisoners there. I won't be surprised if that's why it is. Because
I won't be surprised either. I won't be surprised.
That doesn't look like. Why would the president be sleeping in 15 villas? Does it make sense for one president to sleep?
I mean, it's something, maybe he'll be inviting other people to come.
15 villas, that just, everybody just, so where do you want to meet under the Palawa hall after you're finished? Everybody go to your own room and then you eat villa number one, you eat villa number. It's not how it works, but they're still looking too suspicious.
Whatever it is, they need to let us know. The Liberian people deserve it.
Guys, it's 8:30. Let's wrap up. Sarah, take 2 minutes.
I'll be the first. Great show. Thank you all for everything, Mr. Gayman, especially you and all the other panelists. Keep holding the closing argument and closing on the argument. I want to say thank you guys for everything. And to the viewers and followers, continue to follow the show and share the show. Okay? Share the show. It's important our people be educated on a lot of things. We have a lot of presidential aspirants coming out. Anthony Gay is on the show here, telling us all the beautiful things Mr. Comey will do for our country. So continue to share the show, guys. Let our people be aware. I'm here to talk for my man. He told you,
That's right.
So yeah, let's continue to hold up and let's continue to talk. Liberia is our home, our country. We want our people's lives to improve. That's the main thing we are here. We want our people's lives to improve. All they thought we're talking, at the end of the day, we want our people's lives to improve. So, thank you so much, Mr. Gayman. All the other panelists, I want to say hats up to you guys. Thank you so much for the show.
Mr. Gay?
Good night.
I want to say thank you. Liberians home, listening to me now, and those of you who will have the opportunity. And those of you who will have the opportunity to listen to me or watch this show later on. The government should not say it's not easy to pay healthcare worker $300, but it's okay to give the central bank governor $10,000 in salary, $5,000 in housing allowance, $7,000 in cash allowance. Here alone, that $22,000 I just counted on one human being. But then we have 1,000 men and women at the LDEA who are fighting drugs are not on payroll. There are total of 1,600 of them, only 600 on payroll. They are called action agents. They don't even have the proper logistics to even go out there in the field. They are risking their life. You see the video, see a drug agent who does not have a taser, not even a weapon, right? But he's risking his life going after drug dealer that got money, that can say, do this, and another person can run and do it because they have physical cash that speak for them. Folks, when you're a teacher and sit in the classroom all day and go home, and at the end of the month, whole month, you get $150. By the time you take out your transportation and the food you have to eat out, the money you have to leave home for you and your wife or your children, you got nothing. Let alone the clothes you have to put on. You need to put on clean clothes every day, 5 days a week. So if the government cannot make the necessary adjustment to our police officer who stands in the street all day, don't even have vehicle. Some of you have no weapon. Some of you have no taser. Some of you, your uniform has faded to the point that when you speak, nobody respects you at all. Then the government say, oh, we get money. But all that big shots get enough money for themselves. But by the time they get sick, they leave the country and go elsewhere and get a SQ. You carrying the nation flag on your shoulder and your uniform fade. Man, people, here is the truth. You need a president that says, even though we don't have enough, but you deserve a salary that will not make you richer, but at least can make you have something for yourself. Buy one new shirt so you when you show in the classroom you look good. You as a nurse, so at least if you're saving people's life and they're giving you chicken change.
Who talking? Who talking in the background?
This is what Mr. Cummings is offering. That every Liberian deserves a better Liberia. You don't have to be educated to deserve better. You can also do trade. And that's why he's offering a national youth program across the 15 counties to help our youth. Adult education, the one we can call net school, right? You already think you old, but at least you can learn something for yourself to be able to read your own letter, to be able to write your own letter for yourself at your own pace.
There are plans.
So like every Liberian will have an opportunity. You don't have to be rich, but you have to be able to get something for yourself so you can stop being a beggar. This is the reason why Ellis Sana Benedict Cummings should be your choice. Thank you for having me.
There are others. Then when Welker said he didn't
just now.
Who's there? Who
I don't know who's talking you.
Who's behind the camera here?
Like Rava.
Oh, Rava Garguah, you drinking your wine?
Rava
Garguah, come in close. Okay, there you go. Honorable Pewee. Honorable Pewee, thank you very much, man. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, this it's just like kind of that debate we were on for the message of vote that kind of vote.
Yeah.
You got a long way to do. And you see, I can drop for Anthony around the time. It's time for real campaign. You'll be way far from the brother.
I know, right?
I'll be campaigning for myself in Grand July.
So if you actually want to contest Grand July, you'll be Grand July up and down now. We would have seen you in the country for the past, from last year to now. This year alone, you will have gone there more than 2-3 times. Listen, you can contest in your mouth. We don't listen. Look at that kind of will. So that we can like to.
I think you can be so open with that kind of
exercise your political right, but to just sit down and say in the mouth, trust me, just don't be like Alex just kind of I'll be president, just talk his whole day. But it's a good thing. Honestly, we want to project and dream big about the country. If your dream don't scare you, trust me, then you didn't dream. But there's a lot of very tough job ahead, and there are a lot of things the country will have to exogenous factors put in the country, and to unravel those things, we will have to engage very well in terms of how the country should move forward. A lot of us will, time to time, begin the process about saying that we want to see the country move forward. We want to see certain changes in government. We want to see the bureaucratic tendency of government to change. But the way to apply those things,
right.
Madam Salif said before, they say, if you're not in government, you'll think everything is just cold water. And she said, and that was a tough question she answered before, that even when Taylor was the president, she thought she would, that when she would come to presidency, and the presidency is a big institution because the presidency is surrounded by a group of individuals that are around the president. Sometimes some of them are referred to as the president kitchen cabinet. And mind you, some of those folks, in some cases, we have a lot of top decision-making influence within that bubble, about the OBIC, if you will. So some of them will have an extraordinary power to control decision-making, and then the president is there. So there's a tough thing in government. Everybody will have to come, and where people want to bring in their parochial narrow interests. That's the terrible aspect of the presidency. You have certain people believe that they will keep the president in a bubble, and then they control the rest of the activities from distance. You may never know that. Mr. Cummings may be a very powerful man, a man that can, and because the presidency is an institution. So we have the presidency and the president. Now, if you have the presidency that is the institution and the president that is driving the decision from the presidency, that is very good. Because if you have a presidency that is no president, it's dangerous. Meaning those in the presidency will control the affairs of the president. But if those in the presidency have advancing the president, there's a president that's taking an independent shot to move the country forward. That's just a great thing to do. And I will hope that we'll find a lot of ways to move the country forward. I wouldn't talk long because I promise now, I will always respect the rule of the until the day I get frustrated and I respect it, and there will be issues. I will just end on this one.
Thank you. Let's go to the chief himself. Oh, Rawa Garguah. Rawa Garguah, do your closing.
Right, back to big closing.
There you go. He drink it. Don't pay on. You see, they're bother me. They're
bother me.
They're people. They're women. They're not. I mean, these people.
What's going on? What's going on, guys? Our phone. I'm sorry.
Ahmed, we are closing.
Rabbi,
Man.
I was here sitting, but I was too busy to call you. Said to even come over.
Oh, but yeah, I didn't get invitation, so I did. I don't
But why
go
you didn't
places.
go there, Rabbi?
No, I wasn't invited. I did not go
Oh,
there,
for
so
real?
I
I'm
don't
sorry,
show up.
Rabbi. I didn't know
I
you didn't
don't.
receive an invitation.
No, I don't show up places where I'm not invited. I don't show up. So no, I didn't
But
go.
Anthony, why you didn't invite the man?
That's what I'm
But
saying. I'm sorry. I thought
I
he,
didn't
he got
expect
invitation
it. I
because
didn't
Robert,
expect. I wouldn't expect invitation from the people there know me.
we
I
have
mean, they
we
could
have a
have sent.
team, that was handling that whole
Right.
matter. So
There you
anyway,
go.
but sorry,
So,
my man.
I thought Anthony stealing the show like crazy in that place. The brother was not easy there.
yeah. So I heard it was a successful event. So that's good. But listen, great conversation, man. Great conversation. The only thing I would say in closing is that it's clear in closing. It's very clear, and even those in the circle of the president uh have come to the realization that uh they have not done as much as they hoped to have achieved in 2 years period. And it's very, very clear because, again, if the government reshuffling is always good, right? But reshuffling at this level in key ministries that we know have not really functioned at the level that we expected tells you that this government have not done much. And it's a good thing that they are having going back to the drawing board and making these decisions that they are making. I'm also hearing that some of these replacements are being made because some folks in these areas have refused to jeopardize their own integrity. They are not following instructions from higher ups that they don't think is instructions that are not best practice. That's what I'm also hearing. They're not just firing them because the president wants results. They're firing it because they have failed to go along with the bad practices and the corruption. So they are being booted, and a lot of people might start to talk, in the next few weeks or months, or even maybe 2029. But it's good. I hope that those that the president has replaced, they dismissed officials with. I hope they're coming with new ideas. I hope they're coming with new plans, and I hope they are coming to do the people's job. But it's clear that this government has not done so well, and they're replacing folks with new folks. So let's give them. I want them to succeed as well. I want them to succeed because if they do well, the Liberian people do well as well. And so good luck to them. And yeah, we are here. Lastly, I wrote a piece yesterday about mistake, because people have been describing what has happened recently with mistake. We got to be very careful. I think that our resume are true reflections of our not only academic background but our professional background. And I think that everything on a resume, if you have a degree in a certain area, you should be able to articulate and discuss that field with no reservation whatsoever. That's number one.
Absolutely.
If you are just qualified on paper, but when it comes to real life and you are not able to articulate, you're not able to display your skill sets and all of your experiences, I don't respect that. There are people who have degrees in things that they said they have degree in, but they don't know A and B.
Yep.
What's the difference? I don't respect that. In our country, we have encouraged a society where people are more interested in what's on paper than what the skill set, what people can actually achieve, what they've actually achieved, what they've done. I don't respect that. If you're intelligent on paper and you're not intelligent in real life, I don't respect that. You know what I'm saying? So I want us to be very careful when we describe these things as mistake. Your life experiences cannot be a mistake if they're happening in real times and you are the one telling your story. Your resume tells your story, tells your academic story, your professional story, it tells who you are. So how can you make mistake about your own life story, about your own life experiences? I find it difficult to believe that, right? So our experiences should reflect us. If you've never held a position before, don't put that on your resume.
If you never held a degree before, don't put that on your resume. If you've never attended a particular school before, there's no need for that school to be on your resume. It has no, for me, it's not about titles. It's about ideas, it's about innovation, and it's about results. If you have that and you can back that up, you're good to go. God bless you.
Well said, Robert.
Robert, I think you struck a point. And the thing is, if you every job you go to, they will tell you you need a minimum bachelor's degree, or minimum this, or minimum that, 5 years experience. If they don't ask you for a PhD, why are you putting it there? The job doesn't call for it. The job said they need 5 years experience and this, and you get the experience. Like me, right? I have my concentration has been in inequality and social stratification, which is research. Since I graduated, I have worked in youth development with the NFL, NBA, and everything else. So everything about me is about young people, youth development, everything. Why would I want to go to finance or go to research center when my expertise 30 years is in one area, and then I go because my diploma say I got this, so you go there. I have no experience. It doesn't make sense. So a job that requires a bachelor degree, like Tomalin was saying, somebody job don't even require a degree. They just require experience. Then you go put all the double degrees there that don't even belong. You're putting yourself in trouble. But Chief Tomalin, George, take us home.
Yes, I learned something today from my brother Kehleboe. And it makes sense. He said, political appointment has no academic requirement. Now I get to understand. On a certain position like the Minister of Justice and maybe
health.
Health. You don't have to be a doctor to be health minister, though.
No, but at least you gotta have some kind of.
I mean, you can be a but so
you can do at least public health too. It will help.
No, it doesn't matter, buddy. They won't tell you to just say the Minister George, you have the degree. No, they don't say so.
Okay. But Tomalin, that statement is debatable. Just because it says requirements, it's debatable.
So you're not looking for a position in the government, let's say be Minister of Public Works, Minister proper. I can say I have a high school diploma and I send it there.
But I want to point you in that area if I was president. It's common sense. Just because it says don't require doesn't mean you can just anyone can just pick up any position anywhere.
We shouldn't invent things that are on the paper that
no, but Tiffany, it's not a requirement to be a lawyer to be lawmaker in America. But
that's correct. I agree with him. If the job doesn't require, don't say it.
Kehleboe told me today, I said it makes sense. He said, somebody, you know how to put all that stuff there. So understand, I'll be honest with you. Okay, people have to have things there for that to tell people that they are educated and so forth most of the time. Which I don't say I encourage that, but you want to be simple with that. Okay, so and then also too, my daughter told me today. She said, "Daddy, I'm dropping international relations." I said, "Oh, for what?" She said, "Because I told you I want to do law. And I don't want to waste my time on something that will give me a hard time to make my grades go down." We argued a little bit. And she said, "Daddy, you want me to do something that put my grades down instead of something that I like that get my grades up?" I said, "Man, I mean, move on. That's your choice, move on there." Yeah. So she gave me that debate. She was my girl. I said, "Go ahead." But let me recap quickly, right? Look, let me again congratulate the ANC for the convention. It was successful, from what I gathered. And I love that they show unity. Those who were defeated, they conceded. And they were graciously defeated.
I'm not cutting you out. One change I've noticed in ANC people nowadays, they don't the way they used to from the beginning from 2023 election, how they used to talk down on people, they're not like that anymore. I noticed that.
They humble now.
Yeah. So I look for.
Thank you for recognizing that. Thank you.
I noticed that.
So I will congratulate them. I mean, they were gracious. Those who didn't win were gracious in defeat. They accepted and they decided to form a unified force. ANC. You have the opportunity, you have the chances yours now to go in the war and make your case to Liberian people. You are a party that can boast and say, well, we have not held power before in Liberia. I think we can work clean slate. We can make the case. You have 3 years to do it. Don't waste time. Take forward the 73 electoral district of Liberia, spread your wings there. You guys know how to raise money. And you guys should go there. Don't let anybody feel that you guys cannot do it. You can go ahead and make a change in the people's lives by talking to the people, engaging them. In America, this guy last night, but the guy in New York, Madani, right? The man filled out 13,000 people. They say I haven't seen it before in a mayor election. He filled out that place last night. He had Bernie Sanders there. He had AOC. Now, Social Democrat. Now, maybe for New York, for the national scene, is a different story. But he on the way to win an election, historic election in New York in a few days.
Democrats don't support him. But
he drawing his strength. He drawing support from across. You see, and when he talking about it, and Robert, he's telling people to teach the issues that affect the people, the affordable housing, bringing prices of things down. Let's see how you pay for it. Let's see how you govern.
Expensive. That affordable housing will help.
Let's see. Yeah, but we want to see if he wins, how you get the money, how you raise the money to do things. Let's see. Because what will happen in New York, we tell people whether if he succeeds in New York, he wins and succeed.
He's not going to succeed.
He'll go to the national election where the Democrats will run on a different agenda. It's up to them. But I'm not a Democrat, so I guess we're in the middle there.
We were hanging out around their neck.
Watching the election in the election in Virginia and also in New Jersey. Let's see what happens there too. We'll have a strong effect.
So you're not Democrat, you are?
I'm independent.
Is that independent?
That's what they can always say.
Now, and then
that's
also
what the immigrant folks can always say. They're not Democrat,
I'm independent.
But they always vote Democrat.
So now the issue, maybe I touch on quickly all this stuff we'll discuss today quickly. Issue about the CMC. I wish them well. And I mean, as I say all the time, things will change in the coming years. Maybe CNC having they come to do some movement right now. They do some changes. We look forward to see who will be the next CMC chair in the USA and Canada. Let's see who will be the next person. Wish them well. I think it's good for our democracy. Issue of the president reshuffling. As I told you guys, President Baga is on his way to France tomorrow. His other team already left. And as I'm hearing more to come, I know I was told this evening that the ministers of commerce and the minister of portfolio were taking off the trip based on things that are happening with them. They were taking off the trip to France. The MPA boss, the report from NSA, now the Chinese people behind the president that they're not happy with the report that the police gave. So let's see what happens from that case.
Until they can solve that problem.
But let's see what happens. But there are several ministers I heard also going through the same thing. On issue of Costa, I'll tell you this. Costa, he has a future ahead of him. If he allows himself to be used by anybody, it's up to him. But he said he did it on his own. That's what happened. But I think sometimes it's good to be quiet. Sometimes it's good to be silent and watch let the situation play by itself. Some have been around for a long time to see politics. From 85, we saw the door. What happened? And
the boss more money in the mail pocket.
You don't know what can happen in the next coming days, weeks, or so. Things can change. We see that today. I mean, you can never tell. Who knew 2017, when we are one? Who knew that Kun would have been on Baga ticket? Who knew? In fact, when we are one, I thought Baga was done. When he gave his speech that day, he made his speech and said he accepted, he cooperated, and we had accepted defeat. You are moving on. I thought he was done with politics, but behold, so happened in the coming years. Things changed. Baga was relevant after that march, that protest. He came back on the scene, and the CPB thing got all messed up, and he survived it and became the Senate Bureau from the UP. He won election, and today we know what happened again. Anything can happen. Whoever knew that the NEC will be telling Sergeant, you just say your party have met all the requirements to be a political party? Who knew about that? Who knew that the president, we are former minister of state, Blamo Wise, the party about to go to convention? Who knew about that? But that politics, that won't happen in Liberia. So we expect anything to happen in the coming months and years. So you can't give anybody, you can't rule anybody out. Don't tell anybody they are nobody, because you can never tell, man. Somebody can become powerful tomorrow. So let's watch what happens. We have a long way to go. We are following the process. I repeat, for us, we are independent. We take no side right now. Maybe in 2028, 29, yeah, maybe when the time comes, we'll make that decision.
We're waiting for your vote, money.
For the good of the country. Man, Anthony, I'm for no party right now. I'm for TCA.
I said we're waiting for your vote. I see you for our party. You're not gonna be for our party to get your vote.
Anthony, on a complete
Coming with run as vice president of one of to either Musa Belete or George Weah.
Look at your don't cut this
or Sir Joseph.
Yeah, you can get
1%. So let's see. Watch what happens. So yeah, that's what happened. That's how everything will go. You know, whether. But at the end of the day, in concluding, I think Costa, I have said I haven't watched it. I'll watch it tonight before I go to bed. But from what I got from the snippets, I think he basically he defended President Boubacar and Kun. I think they're the people that he really defended in the whole process. People he really defended but then I think Rabel said something very, very profound that in doing so, he may have brought Boubacar in the limelight because opposition can use it on Boubacar right now and go after Boubacar.
Absolutely.
There's no reason you can tell me, nobody can tell me that Boubacar is unaware about the project in Lofa in 4 years.
That's right.
And I give you an example, right? The late Minister of Grisby, you know how he and myself got close? On this very show, I accused him of taking money from Social Security Fund to back,
to buy the vehicle.
And then I said, my session him. So after a few days, he was acting chair of the cabinet. He was one of my men. They called me on video. He said, "Oh, you don't want to say my public sanction?" I answered, so he said, "No, I'm watching the show right now." You said it. So I thought, and I was caught. The public called me and said, "Yeah, I'm watching the show." He said, "But let me ask you, you think I'm able to tell and do it to give me 500,000 to back up?" He said, "But again, you cannot throw your principal under the bus."
Yep.
He left it that way. So but now I'm hearing that they said, of course, I said that Grisby was doing it to surprise Boubacar.
Yeah, that's a lie.
But again, the journalists then should get on all the journalists like bro should get on the move now. Go investigate, dig deeper, find out what's happening now.
But Tomalin, I agree with you. He already gave the CDC, the CDC, CMC, and all the police.
Yeah, but Robert, like you said, Robert, you think by now they will have come out together and come back, but they're not doing it. 24 hours gone. Nobody have said anything.
I would have done a press statement outlining everything, especially from ANC. I think what Cummings said, nothing has changed. I think that all of what Henry Costa talked about yesterday speaks to the ineffectiveness of this president and the fact that nothing has changed. Look at all the reshuffling they are doing. You can't reshuffle when successes
but Robert, I can't agree that nothing has changed. I would not agree.
I'm talking about on policy issues, man. The economy has not changed. The
economy, the fight against drugs, the healthcare issue still remains.
I think people they're arresting. I mean, honestly,
who have been prosecuted? Who have been prosecuted?
I say I won't continue talking. I see you.
I want to who have been prosecuted? Who have been arrested for drugs and behind bars today?
People have been arrested for drugs.
What about prosecution? The opposition begging you to prosecute them.
They got 3 branches of government, right? They got the executive, the legislative, and
so where's the head of government?
So the judiciary not doing a job. You expect the executive to do.
But who appointed the chief justices on there?
So yeah, but when you appoint them, what the constitution says, when you appoint them, they are confirmed.
But the president is the head of government. He's the head
but what can
of
he
government.
do? Can he force them to do it?
The president has prosecutorial power because the national security is controlled by the president.
So
the national security is controlled by the president. Pewee, that one part you can back me on that one now.
Okay, you just prosecute. What you want to prosecute?
Oh, so hold on. Are you saying that all of these things that happened in the previous government that they accused the previous government of embezzling the country money? They got no case. The capital building burned up to this time. Case has not gone on trial.
The case is in the court, right? So that you're bringing so what you say now? So they might force because they're in the court. At the court, they want to every family they postponing. The executive have done that. They play their part. They arrested, prosecuted. They sent in the court.
So nothing has changed. The same circumstances we had in previous administration is what we're having now.
Wow.
So nothing has changed.
No, we said I disagree, but things have changed. Some point
the economic situation of Liberia remain the same. The corruption of the country remain the same. The joblessness remain the same.
All
right, let me ask you this question.
Wait. Let me ask you. Your kind of grandchildren, people that talk grandchildren come out the scene down. You know what happening right now? right?
So, Tomalin.
No, answer my question.
Let me ask you this question.
Answer my question.
No, when you get the test, when you get test and answer 4 questions out of 10 questions, you pass the test. Do you pass the test? People can reach sound road back. People can reach Grand Gillette. People can reach
Grand Gillette.
I said people can reach Grand Gillette.
And come out the same day.
Yes.
Okay, but then so that
Grand Gillette no Liberia.
Okay, yeah, but that is something I changed. Then I saw a video. The hospital in San.
The popular Grand Gillette still remains.
The JJ Grand Hospital. The whole place have been. They have what do you call it? Satellite dish. What do you call it? Right? They get people to the JJ Grand Hospital in Sano. They posted they getting current 24/7 in the hospital now. Come on now. And I see they put in panel across the country now. People criticize. I'm on no side. I can criticize. I can praise. Be frank. I will not be a blanket person. I'll be unfair.
But you're not a politician.
I'm a politician.
No, you're not. You're a talk-show host.
Okay.
But guys, great show, man. I see you tomorrow.
So thank you, Chris, man. So who won the who are
I'm not happy. What I came close. I can't go. My team lost. My whole team lost.
So I want to give the name of the officer. Who the president?
What president?
Who the chairman?
The chairman. Myean George and his team won. So everybody on Myean George.
No, but I know the team that we gonna need to put out one.
I gotta go into my phone. I know everybody need a hard of that. I know it 2 times. I know it 2 times. Rodney Wilson.
So you know your own partisan?
No, listen now. Listen. Rodney Wilson is a vice chair. Myean George is
wait. Where are you from? What state?
Rodney. I think Rodney from New Jersey.
Okay, he's a vice chair.
He's a vice chair. Yeah.
No one next.
Myean George. He's the chair.
The chair, okay.
Yeah.
But call the put in all the put I want. The new officers.
That the name that I can remember.
I don't know if you still.
No, I don't see.
You know the put I want.
No. Listen here, Tomalin. Tomalin.
No. Why you go see the convention?
That people are interact with, like be friends. That people are not interact with.
No,
I think Rodney and George, I interacted with them a lot.
Doesn't matter. When you go see the convention in America, yeah, we will go from all what is still. We're not gonna be about 100 someone at the convention. When we have election, I know who I won. Let me frank.
Yeah, but if you ask me about Great convention, I can run. No, everybody I won.
Man, you took your time. You flew to Georgia.
Because I spent too much time. Look, let me get this right.
No, my man. Let me frank. I'm disappointing you. Not only you, your co-officer for ANC.
No problem. Be disappointing me.
You're embarrassing the party.
My man, yes. My man, I'm downhearted right now. My team lost.
It doesn't matter. You embarrassing the party. You do that shit.
All right, let me give you those that won, right? That how I want to be youth chair.
Yeah, start from the beginning. Start from the top, please.
What's the name? Says Bintu.
Start from the top. Who the chairman?
All right, Chairman Myean George, the chairman.
Vice chair.
Vice chair Rodney Wilson, the vice chair.
Secretary General.
Secretary is Catherine.
Okay. Oh, so you got regional vice chair.
And they will also have Financial Secretary Gabriel Carter.
Where you from?
Gabriel Carter. I don't know which state Gabriel Carter from. He always on focus on Africa. I focus on Liberia. Okay. You know, Gabriel Carter always on focus on Liberia.
Yeah. You see, yeah. Let man put the whole thing there. Yeah. Eddie, James, Talu, Bintu.
Yeah, it says Bintu. It says Bintu Griffin also won the spiritual leadership.
At the beginning of you going to win senatorial election, the B the other one, and I think you're making senatorial election.
It's okay, but man, my team fell short, and hopefully in the next 2 years.
So let me answer you now. So nobody from your team won?
No, our whole team flunked.
Also, so when you put out like we go to conventions now, like I remember I went to 2010 in Minnesota. We went to a citizen convention. I wasn't on the team of the chairman, but the team I was on, the other team I was on, I won the position of treasurer. And imagine that.
My man, you're for man.
No, but I compromised because the guy from New York. Well, listen to me now. The guy from New York, the guy knew that he couldn't go Piso or go as Secretary General. So I was Secretary to Piso. But the New York was man, they make him be you. So, but won't be on the team. So,
oh, right next
I said,
year.
man,
Oh,
I'm
well,
treasurer.
I'm there. Tulsa, Oklahoma. Oh my God. I thought you were.
And you see it? If it's leading oil, you say,
well,
when it was in,
all I
when it
thought
was
you were
in
you
New York.
drinking.
And my man,
Oh, yeah, thank you. I don't know about either. I never hear no offer.
correct you here. My man, don't do that thing.
It's
No, Mr.
okay, Tomalin.
No, I
I
want to
drove
talk to
past it when I
the
went to Wyoming in
I want to talk to
Oklahoma. Oh my God.
the ANC that's brought chair. Your sense somebody represent your own closing argument. They man give me more information already.
Yeah, my man, I'm still crying from the whoop I received.
Look at that. Look at that.
But Tomalin, listen, man. The most important thing here, ANC is back. That's the most important thing.
I mean,
right?
I mean, it's good. It's good that ANC back. We'll see the I'm happy that you guys have combined everything now. One global, right?
Yeah, one diaspora, one group. Yeah, ANC
yeah,
diaspora.
No more different. Yeah, I'm sorry to say,
diaspora. No more this, no more that. It's ANC diaspora now.
Okay, good. ANC diaspora.
Yeah.
Okay. So now you're saying somebody will represent the chairman on spoon. He can't be his panelist on spoon again. He chairman now. Yeah.
Well, I think the comp team has to decide who represents the party up there.
Yeah,
I can't make that decision.
The chairman can be on panelist now. The chairman got to do a lot of things now. When you go on,
so who the chairman?
That the judge who are here at the time. The guy one spoon for ANC. So now because you come on a platform now, you come as a guest. Because the last dashboard chairman you had, he appear on no platform.
Yeah, but I don't think it's a good thing too.
When you tell the guy about
I don't think it was a good thing. In this day and age, I don't think it's a good thing for us to shy away from being on platform or
no, but I heard that the judge. I think he's up to the task. I think he's somebody who will represent the ANC well. He understands the issues, and I'm sure he will be very, very focused and engaged and so forth. So I think he should be making it rounds. He shouldn't be on one. I say he shouldn't be on one platform.
Yeah, that's what I say. I'm
there.
agreeing with he not being a panelist, because when you're a panelist, you are in that bubble. But when you're invited as a guest, you have
you're a panelist on a platform, and then you reducing the ANC a big party. You can't go to that.
That's what I'm saying. I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing with you.
A panelist. No.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with you. In the sense that even when you are a panelist, you are given limited time to speak, right? And you have to be confined to the topic being discussed. But when you're invited, you have more leverage to prepare on a lot of subject matter and be able to have your own space, right?
Yeah,
but when you're a panelist, you're confined to the subject that's being discussed, and you're confined to the meeting allocated to you. So yeah, absolutely, I agree with that.
Yeah, so,
but hopefully the comp team will come together and put something together for that. Definitely. So
I mean, as I said earlier, ANC has a chance to make a difference. They have a chance to be that tail-in party that people talk about. I want my own tail-in people there. I will consult with them by 2026.
My man, you're telling people that Jeremiah and Costa and all that.
You see how you want to explain me now? What do you mean? What wrong you so? I'm a follower. Come on, don't do that with me, man. What wrong you?
Wait, not joking, man.
You on public radio, you must say joking. You must say,
I'm joking. I still the same public radio. I'm joking.
Yeah, but my man, I beg you, but I got people transcript my hand, translate.
So me guys said this, Tomalin. In all fairness, knowing the history of Liberia, knowing the atmosphere politically in Liberia, a new political party cannot surface and win an election.
Of course.
The only person who have done that successfully in the country, former President Charles Taylor, right? No other person have managed to do so. So here is the thing here. You have seen Mr. Cummings. You have met him. You have interacted with him on numerous occasions. You know of his work, and you understand right now what has happened in the last 20 years in Liberia between these two political parties. Your party, or your former party, I may say, the CDC, or the party you were affiliated with in the past, the CDC, right? And as youthful as that party is, and with the leadership opportunity CDC have had, did not capitalize on the opportunity given to them to really make the lasting impact that Liberian people were yearning for, right? We have seen the Unitary Party in the last, 12 years as a party in leadership, and also now another 2 years, I would say 14 years in total, and the Liberian people also have not seen. Now, Madam Salih, to her credit, she laid some groundwork, right? The country was decimated. She gave the country a face for the international community to recognize us and put in some structure. Unfortunately, some of the structure that was laid out got destroyed. She did not manage to curtail corruption. She confessed herself. She declared that education was a mess.
Your man Anthony still show today. He the MVP today.
Where?
Into your defeated, but the man dominating today. But Anthony,
oh yeah, man dominating today. Man been talking today. Man, you already played. Man talking today.
Anthony, at the end of the day, Anthony, let me from you.
Yeah.
Honestly, we were just saying it tonight. Man, they may have been on the phone. CDC and UP, there are two parties in Liberia, two top parties in Liberia, right? You've seen it for yourself. Right now, you guys have to find a way to be that.
Yeah, and in our first target, I will not lie to nobody. We're gonna go after the CDC before the UP. That's our first target.
So wait. You attack CDC?
Yeah.
When that's CDC power right now?
Yeah, that's the reason why. Let me let you know.
You see, Anthony.
Listen to me. Listen here.
I hope ANCM put you in position that you destroy them. Because
I will not destroy them.
No. CDC power right now.
Listen here.
But I'm going to take power right now.
But can you allow me to say what I want to say?
Why you destroy you attacking CDC for? They in power right now?
Yes, a clear path. Yes, a clear path.
Okay.
President Weah had an opportunity.
He's not there no more, right?
No, listen.
I mean, it wasn't my time. You know that man in power right now.
But listen here.
Okay.
He wants to come back. Where is he coming back for?
That ain't right.
It is his right. But
so
what difference will he make?
That's the point. The point is, I've put your point should be.
Are you going to dismiss what he did to the country too?
Well, up to you. Your goal should be.
There you go. That's the point we're making.
No,
that's not in power right now. Decision.
Listen to me. Your goal should be.
But it's not a guarantee that we are automatically.
ANC. You have to know. The man will destroy ANC. Like we ain't power now.
Okay, let me say this to you. Tomalin, listen here. Tomalin.
I mean, you on.
Tomalin.
Okay.
George, we all want something that we want.
So you're fighting for it. The men are there. I'm gonna go for.
Okay. And yes, how we fighting for it, Tomalin? You know how we fighting for it?
How?
Good. President Weah does not understand the economy of Liberia. He failed to create jobs.
He didn't have a problem.
I don't have a problem.
But you see, sometimes, and the reason why, it's quite unfortunate. Anthony wouldn't understand. Anthony would still have to come to the reality of the politics of the country. You have to understand that. And sometimes his party can be far from the reality. Sometimes he can just get me to just be. And that one of the
listen here. Listen here.
He's talking about just last.
No. Let me say this to you. Just stop this thing here. Let me say this to you.
I don't want to be combative every day. Sometimes that's my flow. But the reason why we're not continuously allow him to do that because he said those things ignorantly and believe. And he can be a psychic saying it, right? He can be very psychic that he says something serious, nothing saying. But the basic thing here is that to just sit here and say the party don't do this, the party don't do this kind of lie. And it's and listen, to win elections first and foremost in the country is not what you say in Liberia. And I understand you've been out of the country for a very long time. I don't hold you responsible for that. But you can still be out of the country and understand how the country functions. But to not understand how the country functions, then you'll be a very negative campaigner for coming in the coming elections. Because if you don't understand the basic parts of the country, you wouldn't understand the application methodology deployed by politicians to win elections in Liberia. To come out and say, just quite recently, the Friday of this last week, you saw Mr. Weah attending there's a mosque program he attended, the Juma prayer, the Friday Juma prayer on Benson Street or so, if you will, out of Benson on Maple Street. You saw how folks went about. People believe now that during the local, how they call them, we call them the Yano Boys, the marketing association of the LMA group, the market women, those that's, and other folks that basically work within other dispensation or other sector of the government, believed that the Myean economy was better than the current economy we see in the country. Then you see the men don't know nothing about. Listen, we are example a team of technicians that also knew what they were doing. You have Bushu, as Stefan has mentioned, other thing in Summit 12. Yeah, listen, the country is a kind of peculiar society. There will have to be different methodology folks, leader will deploy to change the face of the country. Again, we push too much of politics and propaganda into our political landscape, and dear brother, to the extent that if Comey were to be president tomorrow, and the other guys on the other side will, even if he did, they will say you got him. So the basic thing I can tell any leader that wanting to go for the Liberian presidency or nursing for the Liberian presidency, the best thing you can do is to strategically understand the Liberian people and understand the method you intend to govern. Because Liberia is not a country that you just go, the politics is too much into the country. The country is deeply polarized. And due to this kind of a polarization, so now it will have to take the leader some time to go outside and think. Look at some of the analogy Costa was given yesterday. Shouting government official in the legs and saying JMBA clean. But Costa didn't even know. I thought the service would have, or structure would have taught him that our structure of government, the president is in charge of government. If those people are not competent, the president is incompetent. Of course, I didn't know that. He was saying this probably to just as Jerome said, want to come make news. He was saying these people are incompetent. These people are incompetent. Who appoint these people? It's just a simple thing. So sometimes we will have to.
You are just making my point,
and do some analysis outside the case and see how the government will go. But it's not someone anybody can overlook in the new dispensation moving forward of our Liberian politics. I listened to him yesterday. He said we are like the ability to build coalition. Come on. We have built a first coalition. I didn't say you. We have built a first coalition that led to his first presidency.
Yes.
Now, I agree there were problems in the country. I agree the country, as I said, was deeply polarizing due to negative propaganda spread out by all kind of people, disinformation on the Myean administration, coupled with some sanctions on his officials. They have caused some problem for the Myean side. And Myean team didn't strategically make use of tactical negotiation with the late Prince Johnson. We only have been here at this junction. If I were the one in control, just me in control, if the president would listen and give me all the necessary tools, we would have been president today. Because don't let Prince Johnson on your side. What are you going to do? You headed for elections. There are a lot of things that can unfold. Leaders will take some things and will operate in the confine of certain basic rules and regulations moving forward to a particular kind of an election. So a lot of things going to happen, but you cannot rule it out. Even we have presidents can trust you, even commissions of being president. We have chances. Can seriously threaten commit chances of being president. Let me be very honest. So you say this to you. So if we have to
I've been listening to you. If I may say something,
the way I would rest now. The way the country is moving, and if we are to go and build a powerful coalition, because we are said alone, it's almost 30% of the votes. The first one you can get that.
Exactly.
What can you do to rally the rest of the votes that will push you to win the ruling establishment? If it will be the ruling establishment, something I believe it can still be until maybe something dramatic happens that will catapult Mr. Cummings to the second round. And then that would have to be a concerted effort. That would have to be brought on strategic thinking and strategic mobilization, where you amalgamate all of the necessary forces to have that done. If not, it's going to be a difficult ballgame. And that's why I said, I'm not ruling his chances. But how can you do that? Where it come from a kind of a discussion with the Myean people, a lot of things will have to happen. But to come now at this stage and you want to dismiss you that
so Pewee, if I may, and Tomalin, here's the thing. Sometimes you're my big brother when you speak to talk, but there's a tendency in Liberia, in us the Liberian. If a child was being seen in diaper, it doesn't matter your age. Even if you're 45-year-old or 50-year-old, they will still see you as that child in diaper. Some people still call George we are Dopoh. Dopoh, they still call him Dopoh, right? And the reason is part of our culture. But here is the reason why. Me, as a political junkie. Here is the reason why it is very important, and no one should think as though the ANC will get anywhere closer to the presidency if we sit here and play safe with the CDC. So the way forward, we got two major parties before us. It's the CDC, it's the Unity Party, no doubt. How do we get there? The question is, how do we get there? We must get there by taking a path that will benefit us, this ANC. It's popular. It's the most popular Liberian ever lived on the face that I know of. If there was any other Liberian, please educate me on that one.
I think it will be Charles.
Okay, it's give and take. I don't know, but
yeah, I think
of George, we are global stage and national stage, you know, but it's debatable. So fine.
Yeah, it's debatable. National stage to international stage. National stage, I would say, is Charles.
Okay.
Yeah. National stage, I would say,
good.
For international side, it will also be Charles because of the world poll in a notorious fashion too. But national stage, on the speaker is Charles. But listen,
but currently in the country,
before you continue, the reason why I say Charles, we're not going to argue on that. You saw the number of people that voted Taylor the way they voted him.
85% of the vote.
Yeah, but people voted on fear, but a different thing.
No fear. It was not an issue of fear. The message still won't come back.
Okay, statistically, according to the electoral result, yes, he is. So let make progress. So the point I'm making here, and other people who don't understand politics, who claim that they understand politics, will dismiss what I'm about to say. Granted, but one thing for sure and for certain, that with all of the political prowess that they claim they have, they are not delivered on the political scene. So the reason I'm speaking the way I'm speaking is based on the fact that Myean has this 25 to 30% guarantee in Liberia. And he's popular. He has one of the loyal fan base, the CDC. They are loyal, they are committed, and they are so focused on him. But that commitment ceiling is 30%. Okay? Now, currently,
and something that number you are never getting close to.
There are about 2 million Liberians who did not participate in the election. That is a fact. There will be additional 500,000 by 2029. That is a fact. And guess what? We must pave a path to getting those people on our side. We cannot fight George Weah of a 35% or 30%. We can't fight the Unity Party of that 17 to 20%. We can't. Right? So we have to forge our own path. And by doing so, how you want to do it? By being in bed with CDC or being in bed with Unity Party? Then we might forget about the electoral process.
No, but Anthony, right now, Unity Party is a ruling party now. You're trying to take the other power. CDC is trying to take the other power too, right? You get back. So your goal should be not attacking CDC. You're all fighting to go to
no,
go there.
My goal is to neutralize CDC in the position.
You just said it.
Listen to me. My goal is to neutralize CDC in the way that they don't get closer to the second round. That's my goal. You think I'm going to be?
Anthony, CDC been around since 2004. Don't forget.
But they are tested power and they did not deliver.
Coming out. So now, George Weah, he has that 20%, 25% that they call reaction, that they love him.
Thank you.
So now, then you got the seditions that the dark seditions. Let's say you get 20%. Let's say you get about another.
When you put all of that together, it does not reach 50%.
Coming now, then you got some Liberians who can't stand CDC and UP. They can't stand two parties. They say the two parties have failed the country, right? They say we want to buy Liberian election no more. They're gone. That group you should be fighting to get. Number one, get that group that say they can't stand CDC and UP. Get that group. But in getting that group, don't forget, if you're attacking CDC, then you're not going to get to UP. Because they're in power already. So your goal is, because CDC not stopping you. CDC is there to go after a boycott. They go after UP. So your goal is to go after the ruling party.
I'll take care of that for me.
But instead of you, but you say you attack the CDC.
So yeah, the difference here, the difference between us and the CDC have tested power. CDC did not deliver. We have a leader who have a clear path and clear expertise in the economy, and that will deliver Liberia.
How do you get there? Get to that place?
The way we're gonna get there is engaging the people. It's reaching out to the people, the foot soldier, the everyday Liberian, to be valued, to be heard, to be out to.
So your goal is to now convince the people, say, look, give us opportunity. But you go there, you say, oh, you're attacking job.
But that's the thing now. By me saying giving us the opportunity to lead you, because CDC did not deliver. We will deliver. How is that bad? I'm not insulting judgment to say so.
You should be saying you be not delivering. You'll get a chance. Because CDC, you say CDC will remove, right? So your goal should be saying you'll give a chance.
So guess what? CDC did not deliver. UP is not delivering.
My own advice. I hope ANC get you as
CDC did not deliver. UP is not delivering. Simple as that. In the last 20 years. But in the last 20 years, one thing for sure, currently, that has sedition. That second choice. That comes. That has sedition.
So if you attack the
I'm not attacking them. I'm saying they don't deliver.
You go after them. You know, kind of you.
So if I say they don't deliver, is that an insult?
No, you said you want to take them over. You want to take them the Dar sedition, the second choice. But the second choice, you finish. You attack the party, and mind you,
I'm not attacking the party.
Take your leader, right? Anthony, George Weah he's loved by 70% of the people, right? That example.
I love George Weah. I'm not saying it's Sama.
Listen to me now. The major show at the mosque on Friday. People they call organic project came up to receive him. Now, even the president said right now, anybody right now, they can't just show that more. You're not gonna crack with it. There's a difference there. He's very popular.
Tomalin, you and I are saying the same thing here. Tomalin,
you saying to get to tip out your guests, get rid of CC.
We gotta get some sedition on our side.
But you won't get
it. You know how many sedition that waited on labor, that stood in the sun and rain, used their own money, printed a t-shirt, and never got a chance? Never got a chance. There are thousands of sedition who labor so hard, nobody recognized them. Nobody. There are thousands of UP supporters who use their personal money, went in the sun, the rain, the water that I don't want to call tonight, and nobody recognized them. They too deserve a better Liberia. Those disenfranchised sedition, those disenfranchised UPs, they too deserve a better Liberia. And Eris Coming sees every Liberian as important, and they deserve better. That is the message.
You got a good candidate. He somebody who understands the economy. He knows how to present himself. He knows how to talk. He understands the issues that are affecting Liberian people. So he's somebody who can hold his own turf. But in order to make him to go forward, it's not by attacking.
Now, let me say this to you. If President Weah doesn't win election 2029, he's well off. President Weah, his children, they are well off. President Bouaka, his children and children, they are well off. The reality here, Tomalin, between you and I.
Bouaka said he's a poor man. He not get money.
I beg you, that poor man you looking at right now. That poor man you looking at right now.
I want to about you. If you want to win, you want to concede the government. Don't basically see your target. I can tell you. Don't be a target.
Let me just say this to you, Tomalin. When the people go to the market tomorrow, there is not a CDC price or UP price. That price is affecting the ordinary Liberian.
So there are some
Liberians today who don't even receive Western Union or Sendwave or Money Grant. You know what they do? They carry their potato green to the market. They sell it when people buy it for they can buy a copper, right? They carry that better about to the market when people buy it for they get a pack. Some people go burn coal when they sell the coal before they can eat. Those Liberians deserve a better Liberia. So even when the president says sedition on the price, When they are UPs, the price does not say UP on the price. You know what it says? You must pay this amount. They want somebody who will be in the executive mansion that will give them the opportunity for their life to be better. Being born in Liberia should not be a curse.
Tell them say, you guys say this man show you a picture, get a car. This man also so. This man will change this for you. But don't tell them say you guys got church or where I needed. Then they will say,
Tomalin, I'm telling you here. I'm telling you here. Me, I can talk the real Liberian English. I can speak my dialect very fluently. I will speak my dialect to these people. They will understand. I will speak the colloquial. I know what Laba be told me. I can solve Papo. I can tap down one. I can do all of things.
Go Bama where the Granjina will run from that player. Uncle to run from there.
I beg you. I ran against CDC in Granjina and I defeated CDC in Granjina with different candidates. Are you kidding me?
What are you defeated CDC? Where?
Ira Madison Guyana were not on CDC ticket when we defeated the current representative right now, Jeremiah Soka. Jeremiah Soka ran against Ira Madison Guyana. We defeated him. I was heading the communication team.
You're
in
Liberia? You're in Liberia?
I was on the radio twice a week in Granjina. Are you kidding me? Oh, look at the guy.
This man, I've been out of the country for more than 30 years talking about
That's not true. I was in Liberia 2019. I was in Granjina. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
I was in Liberia 2019. What are you talking about? So my Liberian passport, I gave my pocket right now. Like, what I get it for that? That is more that I got it for.
Well, you can be ready to get a Liberian passport. You say you can laugh. Yeah. You've been out of the country 30 years now.
First of all, I applied for my passport to Washington, D.C. I picked up the passport in Monrovia.
It is feasible. In Washington, D.C. I've not been in the country for 30 years.
No. My passport shows that I went to Liberia. You want to see my passport?
Man,
I can show it to you.
No passport show. Just saying that I've not been to the country for 30 years. This December,
I'm going to embassy you my picture when I'm in Johnsonville. I will embassy you. What is that?
When? This December begins.
2019. May his soul rest in peace. I was in Liberia when Ella Lauren passed away. I was in Liberia.
That's when? Liberia where? What asked you?
Why you mean? Why is it so? Why you supposed to see everybody in Liberia? Nothing happened. I'm just telling you the time frame. The time when I was there. The thing that happened when I was writing for her. I was in Liberia when Capital Ghana got impeached. I was writing for her when it happened. What are you talking about?
31 years ago, the man almost 97.
That's not true. That's not true. That's not true, Pewee. You my own beef, brother. I will not allow you to get it on the radio station.
31 years ago, bro.
That's not true. That's not true, Pewee.
31 years ago.
Pewee, you not talking about 31 years. You can't use me your dialect.
What?
I get joking, man.
And I'm good in not under my mind. I speak two other. Right, and I'm not good in speaking foreign language and other things. So,
but Massa can speak Mosi from Burkina Faso. What are you talking about? I'm speaking right French. What are you talking about? You can speak foreign language.
Imagine, listen.
Je parle en français très bien.
Listen, the man.
J'ai vécu dans Côte d'Ivoire.
31 years. The man.
Donc tu veux qu'on parle en français maintenant?
31 years. The man beyond the country.
Somebody don't buy that. The best say I was in Liberia 2019. First of all, check the. At that time, you were in CDC. Say you were in government. You were working at the foreign ministry.
Let me check the. You see what year in Liberia?
2019.
1 month.
Between March to June.
Okay, let me check. And he passed through Ravi.
Yes.
Okay, what flight? What flight?
Man, they
Barack.
Okay, Barack, and you're arriving in the morning.
Yeah, Biggie. It was that at 3 a.m. 3 a.m.
I can't maybe find out.
3 a.m.
Is it Anthony Gay? Are you using the passport?
Anthony Gay.
Okay.
I didn't change my name and I still using the same name.
You said in March of 2019?
Yes.
Okay. You know the date, eh?
What you want the exact date for?
I'll get a whole thing now.
Which are the airport we left from here? Which are the airport?
JFK.
Okay. You're on the manifest. Let me see.
On the manifest, what you mean? Tell a lot to you.
And see you Anthony Gay name.
Anthony Gay.
No, Anthony, there you're
Hey, everybody got get loud.
The male only refugees on it. The male born in 1980, right?
Like I ain't got loud.
1980.
You are still on the flight. Yeah. The man.
But man, I went to listen, I traveled with 4 government officials that day.
Who are?
Maybe I'll talk about that Nina.
Who are?
But man, let's stay. I won't be calling
Who are?
No, it's okay. Someone let's stay working government today.
I'll ask them whether they know you travel with them.
Man,
I don't want many people to get all along
from the
because
time they met left.
Remember, because we didn't have US passport. Although my listener that had US passport to point in hotel. I was traveling with my green card.
From the time Anthony Gay left Cote d'Ivoire to the time he spent his 31
Who
years.
told you that I didn't? But man, I gotta go back to work, man. I got a task. I gotta go back to work.
Good night, my guys.
Okay,
we'll talk later.
Okay, bro.
You should call it Sonny at one time.
Yeah.
No, but listen to, did you hear the press conference of Seleke Kromah, the IG? He did say that this is a highly political case, did he not? So you don't take the partisans' word for it, you take the IG's word for it.
We elect on 85 irresponsible men what happened to our country. We elect on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.
Please place your left hand on the Bible being held by your wife, and you will kindly raise your right hand, sir, and repeat after me. All standing, please. I, Joseph Newman Boyka Sr.,
No secret now that your friend and former boss will be a candidate in 2029. With all of that you experience, all of that you know, and everything that you see unfolding in the country now, will you support him? Will you be part of the process? Will you give him the support? Do you think he can be a better president?
So why you want to bring political men in it or not?
Oh, but political you're political man, before you go out, very active.
I plead the fifth again.
Okay.
When 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There winner out first. All men on board.
So, this riot situation when it comes to countries, because many times you notice that.
If Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
On the broadcast administration, we want to give the government of Liberia an ultimatum of 72 hours to provide a living ballot of the chairman of the Student Unification Party, or else there will be a catastrophic pneumonia in the Republic of Liberia. To arrest the chairman of the Student Unification Party, only because the government feel intimidated about the Vanguard Party advocacies.
The government got capital road, small road, P road, all kinds of places. I think the reason Joseph Baga will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.